Welcome everybody to the finale of Cinderlace. Felling a Tyrant. I think that's the name of it. That's what we're going with. That is the name of it. This is episode 10. I should know the name of our show by now. But thank you all for coming on this journey with everybody. Let's see if our adventurers, our heroes, live through this. Thumbs up.
I feel like in order to be heroes, we kind of have to live through it.
You're right. That's why you're adventurers currently. All right.
You said heroes.
Let's jump right in to using our code until Ragnarok to buy Doomlings merchandise. There, I said it. We did the thing. I'm on point with this. No, I'm just so excited, guys, to finally be back. I've been looking forward to this for so long. Here we go. We left off last time with you guys in the cave with Blue, a couple of the Minotaur, the people that got away from some of the people that got away from the caravan after a savage attack by 3 dragons. Some of Cinderlace's kin, his children, found you, and I believe we had to depart with Grant, our friend. Mayrin had a permanent scar in her antlers being burned or charred. I said it right. And now we're going to pick up with the idea that you guys have to get back to the caravan to forage for the equipment that was left behind and hopefully not lost after all of that to do. But on the bright side, the silver lining of the cloud, mind you, Aeson and group made off with a large chunk of bloody flesh from the dragon, and I believe Audrey was kept safe by Moo Maurice. So it all kind of is starting to come together. It's almost there. So here we are in the cave at night during the rain. You can hear the soft sound of the rain hitting the different trees and things in the hillside outside, alongside of Tablu just doing things that Tablu does in his free time, which is whatever craziness it is has to do with his plants that he is meticulously counting again and again, almost in the style of someone with obsessive compulsive disorder, trying to see exactly how many of his plants survived. Not enough of them. And every once in a while, you just hear out loud, "Somebody owes me a new caravan. Somebody owes me this and that." And he's making a list against the side of the rock wall. But we'll pick up with Isis, Mayrin, Selvaron, Aeson, and Solrana at the back of this place, with Maurice looking over top, just handing Mayrin Audrey back. Go ahead.
I feel like Aeson would have definitely handed over the bloody chunk from the dragon claw or whatever. It's gonna be like here, and then he's just going to like lay on his back, just like full out, like he's got his axe in one hand. He's just gonna like look over at 5 and just kind of like give a small nod and just like pass out. Like, this was a lot. He needs time to just.
5 would crawl over real slowly and just start patting Aeson's brow down to put some cold water on it to make sure he's able to cool down and sleep soundly. And then he'd go on to
this would be like, damn, yes. This is the life of shot.
So we've got the bloody chunk. We have to drain. We're draining the blood from it because we can't give solids.
I thought this was a whole toe bean from a dragon, to be quite honest. I thought we just snatched its whole pinky.
It's like the toe bean of the dragon, if you will.
Oh,
That
his
poor
little
dragon.
Toby.
Yeah.
Little dragon pad.
So we drain the toe bean and we feed it to Audrey so Audrey can process whatever.
Yeah, we're having to hang it up over the bucket
Mm-hmm.
and drain it. She is going to like skin the layer of outer skin off of it though.
Mm-hmm.
And hang it up to dry. I assume somebody can make hot pants out of it.
Mm.
Ah.
Ooh, dragon still have
booty
pants?
leather.
Ooh.
No,
Dragon leather hot pants.
Dragon leather hot pants because it's the bean.
But every now and then you see her like smacking one of Aubrey's little tentacle arms away as it's trying to eat the meat.
So vicious.
If that's the case, then after everything that happened with Isis the last episode, she'll probably just have this faraway stare as she's working on the hot pants. As she's sewing a pair of leather dragon hot pants for whoever. As she just kind of lost in thought.
You know what?
Just kind of far away.
roll me presents.
Who?
Isis, please.
So good at those. That's a 13 on fear.
On fear. Okay. I think that you're kind of just trying to take in everything that happened. You're not really trying to make sense of it. You're just trying to maybe compartmentalize or deal with it a little bit. You're really you're going through the process of, mending this leather together, doing the work to it, and your husband, I think, would come to mind a little bit. Him being the one who taught you how to do this. And then there's this like momentary sigh and this heavy heart when you realize you might not ever be able to interact with him again. Seeing him, hopefully. But you don't really know how this is all going to go. And some of the things that you used to find annoying, his crochet, his hobbies,
Yeah.
maybe now are something that you might want to remember fondly a little bit. And then your mind slips a little bit further onto your children. And there's this orange cat dancing around with your husband, singing and playing instruments. Not a warrior-like action, not a Holdrakat-like action, and you just not being there to show her the correct way to be a warrior.
Right.
And all you can think is, God, Generva's got a lot of work ahead of her.
And then she imagines her son making pancakes or something over to the side.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, this tracks.
And it's just this mess of inner thoughts that are slowly winding through, and you just can't hear the talking next to you. And all of it slowly snaps into place as Tablu has sat down next to you and has been speaking to you for the better half of 20 or so minutes. And you just come into the middle of a sentence when he says, and we haven't seen Juju at all. So I'd imagine, I don't know how many dragons there were. Did you all even kill one of the dragons?
As she snapped back in, I feel like she would look down at the pants that she'd been working on, and somehow in her loss of her thought process, she'd sewed a picture of a flower or something into it. I'm assuming that her husband was like, well, I've never really seen flowers here in the hills. I just kind of imagine what they look like. And I just sewed them onto the little patterns that I use for everybody. And she just looks down and is like, I'm sorry, what? No, yeah, we killed a dragon, right? That's what we did? We killed a dragon.
Right.
Mayrin like holds up her bucket of blood.
No. How many dragons were there?
There was the blue one, there was the red one. There
was a third.
There was something at the front of the.
I was like, that was the one that was at the front, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
she would kind of think that through and be like, I guess 3. I don't think we ever really saw the third one, but we dealt with the red one and the blue one.
Does anybody know where Juju is?
Not that I can.
If he was at the front of the caravan, there's not a good chance he made it out.
Well, he's the one who pays us. And he's the one who keeps my plants living. We have to find another elemental. Do you know how rare it is to find an elemental around here? This is just great. And he would just kind of walk off back to his list. And on the wall, he'd write elemental underneath all of the stuff that somebody owes him.
Do not start with me, Blue.
Jesus.
Well, either way, you all are going to have to go back to get your supplies. I will keep this area hidden and safe as a marking point. And when you're ready to go further onwards to that floating island again, you let me know. Because you're not going to be able to do it as a caravan. I think that is very well established.
Yeah.
I think in that moment, Soul's going to look down at the key that he's just kind of limply been tossing up and catching, and just look at Blue, and just, right before they hit, this thing started breaking open. We'll probably need to keep it with us. That way, the rest of you don't get caught up in it.
Just if you leave it here if it's left in this cave, they won't be able to see it. I'm going to shroud the cave. It's going to be a little bit. It'll drain me a lot, so I won't be able to do a lot after that. But I will be able to shroud the cave and get you to the temple. But you need to have everything you need because it's going to be a one-way trip.
Isis would nod and she'd be like, well, it just gives you more time to work on your list.
He's going to turn on. Yes.
Hey, she's gonna snore, turn over.
As she slides into her dragon leather hot pants.
Mayrin is just kind of like, she's got one hand lifting Audrey's mouth open as she reaches in. You see her do the plan that she originally offered, and she pulls her pink fuchsia bag out of Audrey's mouth. And she starts rummaging through and sets out a little potion bottle and sets out a little dagger and sets out this scythe. And she's just setting all her stuff out that she's going to take so that she doesn't have to actively carry the bag. And she sets it back in Audrey's mouth and hooks the bag over her fang. And she kind of looks around. She's, it's a purse.
So convenient.
You hear from the corner. You hear from the front of the cave. Blue just yells, I think they call it a pocketbook.
Why would you put a book in your pocket?
Yep, that's what they call it. And he's gonna keep going about it.
When you say why would you put a book in your pocket, Soul's gonna reach in a pocket and pull out a notebook.
See? Pocketbook. This is a purse. Or a backpack within a backpack. She figures out how she's going to carry her handful of weapons and her little potion. And she's just, you see her every now and then. She reaches up and she kind of scratches where her antlers connect with her head with one finger. Trying to pick it off.
Oh.
Yikes. Next to Asen, you hear a and look over, and Maurice is asleep.
No.
Just slumped over a rock sideways. Just giant minotaur just snoring away. Slowly everybody does the same. Except for Blue. Nobody's seen Blue sleep yet. And the night just kind of rolls into itself. Is anybody doing anything in particular at night before we get the long rest and wake up for the next day?
Soul will approach Mayrin and just solemnly hang the head and just sit. And while trying to bend spikes back into place that were melted by dragon fire on the shield, just say, Grant did a lot to get us out of there. He was a friend to us all. And even if I'm fighting till the day I die, I'll fight to avenge his sacrifice.
Hmm.
And I'm going to use that as a soldier's bond to give you 3 hope.
I have hope. I finally have hope for once. She, other than the purse incidents, that's probably the most she's talked the whole time. And she's just kind of watching the remainder of the blood drip out of this weird pad thing that she every now and then reaches over and cuts it again. There's a sigh, and it's more of this far off thought of it's always to the end of theirs. I've never had anyone outlive me. I always stay until the end of their life. I watch my kids grow old, have children of their own, and then I try to find another way home. I've seen great-grandchildren have children. But I've never made it home. And I'm tired of jumping. I want to make a place where no one has to die before me. And no one has to die protecting me. I think I'm going to do that here.
Soul will kind of cock his head and just nod.
And she looks at Soul and she nods and he's not the first. but he will be the last.
Let's fix this so no one has to go through any of that again. And then Soul's just going to fall silent for the rest of the night.
Mm.
I think right before the dawn, Blue would walk outside, and like anybody who's awake would just start to catch it. It's almost like when that time of the day when the world lets all the heat off of it for the morning. He leans down, and as he touches some of the weeds and the brambles and the dandelions, he watches life springs forward and like erupts out of the ground quickly and slowly overtakes this like opening of this tunnel, and ruins are dug deep into the outside of this place. And anybody who walks outside the mouth of the cave now, unless you know where it is, you would never know that this is a cave. It's completely magically shrouded. And as he does this, more of the mushrooms slowly take over his throat and billow up to now where it's the bottom of his lip. And you can see part of his ear starting to wither and fall off as his hair thins. And he turns and kind of just like takes a deep breath in, and it almost feels like you can feel the wheeze on his own breath as he pulls air in, and it's like filtered through his throat that have been completely taken over by this fungus, this mushroom. And he breathes out, and he smiles to himself, and then sits down against the side of the wall and just kind of lets his fingers run over Juju's name. And the last thing he says before the morning breaks is, "Somebody owes me a goddamn elemental."
Mm.
The morning comes, and you all wake up. I'm not going to make you travel back to the caravan, but I'm assuming that is what we're doing this morning.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, the supplies.
We have to go get our medal.
we do.
Yes.
We do need that.
And probably need to figure out if Jew is still somewhere around there, if he's in pieces.
Mumu, Momo Maurice offers. He kind of leans down to Soul as he wakes up. Soul and Asen, because you two both are like right there. And he goes, I overheard that you will need to go and get supplies from the caravan that was ravaged. I will come part of the way with you, but if you bring me supplies, I will carry them back. I can carry more than you. And he like smiles. I can help. Grant told me to be helpful, so I should be helpful.
Ace is going to put his hand out. Thank you. I shall count you among my followers.
You know the way to get there, then.
Aw.
The way shall be provided for us.
He like Maurice kind of thinks about it and then nods real like, yes.
Marianne kind of pops up and she says, "This is as they say when you should follow the queen." And she leads the way. If I have to roll for anything, I am adding follow the queen to that.
All right. What I actually need upon getting there is a finesse roll.
All right, that's not too bad.
Add your plus.
Oh yeah. I out the gate have a 20.
Whew.
Let's see, 21, 22, 23 on hope.
So
Yeah.
as you approach, you're like with the follow the queen thing, you've like really taken control over how like every step that has gone through here. You are being careful about the sounds that are being made. You're directing. It's almost like Mayrin has like taken ownership of this expedition to there. You told Maurice where to stop and stay. And as the front of this party, you happen to understand that things about the caravan look different. It's not that they're picked clean, it's that things have been moved. And then off to the top, you can see a little bit of smoke from one of the hilltops near where the caravan rolled down. And there are a handful of bodies moving about that area. You get a little bit closer on this 20 plus roll, and you can see that they are dragonkin. Not full dragons, but the ones that would be helping take the tithings. These are the very much like the sheriff that you met that one town. These are those people, the ones that are helping Cinderlace keep control over this place.
That poor sheriff.
And there's three of them, and one coming back from patrol. So you get the idea that as one comes back, one's going to come back around, and they're taking turns keeping patrol over this area. So whatever you do is going to have to either be stealthy, silent, and a little bit aggressive, or you can go about this whatever way you feel.
Aisten's very good at stealth. So like pick up his giant axe and put it across his shoulder. Just
Yeah, if
very
we were
good.
rolling stealth, I could totally I get advantage on that.
So it's not stealth. This was a control roll. But this is the situation you're in. You have a lot of caravan. To get to the front of the caravan, it is think a good 2 football fields up. So this is a good amount of, stealth or whatever, but there's only one patrol happening at once. It's like they're the ones on the hill are watching, but there's one patrol going around, and then them all taking turns.
Hmm.
So just tell me how
Do you-
you'd like to go about this.
How many are on the hill?
How many are on the hill?
There are 3 on the hill, one always patrolling. Mayrin, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was gonna say, do you think if we take out the patrolling one, one other will go out on a patrol to see what's happened, and we could just pick them off one at a time?
Yeah, that's an idea. Or if we want to take off a couple, I can do some type of like illusion off in the distance to make it look like someone's moving in another part. So maybe that might draw their attention away from us.
Hmm.
Soul's just going to look up at y'all. I tend to stand out. This stuff shines in the sunlight and bright green.
Isis will look back at you, giant demon cat.
So whatever we do, we gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful antlers.
Asen is very good at stealth.
Oh, God.
um,
So what do we think? We're picking them off one by one, or?
yeah, I feel like Asen would just start like walking towards the front of the caravan, like just waiting for that guy to like come around.
Okay.
Guess we're going in.
All right.
Yeah.
So Asen and you guys are going to the front of the caravan where Juju's caravan. His carriage.
I think that's what we said we wanted to do because we wanted to see if there was any trace of him left.
It's cracked in half. There's giant ridges of ice still, like glacial pieces of ice ripped off the sides of it. There's like a big bowl cut in the center of the caravan. You guys get up to the front, and this dark orange with like green scales around his mouth dragonkin is coming around the very front of the caravan. He's gonna literally turn the corner and run into you. You'll be about 50 feet away from each other at this time as he turns. Are you all doing anything in particular as he turns the corner? Or are you just waiting for him to like visually see you before we hop to it all?
Can we get Fluffy to maybe cast an illusion or something? So maybe it looks like it's clear, just kind of in front of us, so he walks straight into us.
I was thinking like that, or I was thinking he said there were still giant chunks of ice, so I was wondering maybe like if he came around the corner, I could make it seem like one of the sections of ice fell off. So maybe like he would turn to look and see what that was so we could get him from behind.
Right.
So he wouldn't directly see us.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
Asen could just take the axe.
Yeah. To kind of like distract him.
No, sounds great. Make your roll, I guess.
Okay. To make a spellcast roll of a 10. Let's see. Yeah, that's an 18 on hope.
We are all going to learn something together.
Okay.
And that is dragonkin are very heavily warded against magic. So he turns the corner. This giant, you do this magic thing. It works. This thing falls. It makes this large sound. He kind of glances at it, turns back, sees the four of you. He stares at you for a couple seconds. Like there's obviously a moment that passes. And he just nods. And
That's dangerous. You should watch where you're walking.
And he just puts his hand
Can I
up.
like
He just
throw
puts
my
his hand up. He just puts his hand up and he turns around and starts walking back the other way.
Now Asen, go.
Yeah, I feel like Asen would just be like, bet.
Okay. You're throwing it at his back?
Like, yes. Full on.
All right.
Oh God.
All right, how does that work?
It's
I've never actually thrown this axe in this game.
it's just a hit roll, and your axe is now leaving your hand. So You'll have
You
to
have to go get it back.
go get it back, but it's just make a attack roll against his difficulty.
Cool. So that is a 20 with fear.
Okay. You hit him on a 20. It happens. And so the axe cleaves into his back and like the side of his shoulder, and he like growls and he goes, I was gonna let it go. And then he looks up and goes, and just makes this loud, like this bright flash comes from where you all are, like a streamer up into the air, and you can see the other bodies, the other people on top of the hill start to hustle down the hill.
Yeah. Wait, you're gonna let us go? Can we redo this? Like, I can take the axe back.
Can I like switch my cards out, give me premonition, and let's just retcon this whole thing? I will actively mark the stress to switch out and take premonition right now.
He was gonna do that thing that like when the guy opened the door and saw Batman, and then was like, close the door.
I'm good.
He was just gonna be like, nope, not trying to do this. But
I'll take the next elevator.
There's signs of 2 dead dragons here. I don't know if I want to do this.
right, roll the damage roll though.
Oh God.
Okay, bad. 45.
Lord.
Holy shit.
All right, yeah, he is hurt.
Level 8. Level 8.
And yeah, no, he's fairly hurt. Turns and like takes your axe and throws it behind him as he like pulls it out of his back, and he does like the big flash, like I said, and I guess he readies himself. So by all means, and whoever else is gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, like, Aeson's definitely charging for him. You know, he's got to recollect his axe.
Shit. Yeah, I guess we're doing the thing, guys. I guess we're fighting.
That's okay. I am just going to go forward with my dagger.
Okay.
And I want to stab him.
Stabby,
Okay.
stab, stab.
Stab.
All right.
Ooh, that's going to be fun. Let's hope I roll good. Oh, well, it is at least a 17, 18 on... Hang on. The clear dice is the hope dice. 18 on hope.
Yeah, you hit him on 18. He'll retaliate.
That's okay.
It's a 14.
That's okay. Mark a thing. I need more dice.
I understand. Do I hit you on a 14?
A 14? Yes. If... never mind.
Mine's different than yours.
I know. That's what I just thought about.
It'll be 10 damage back.
I mean, 5, so I need 2 more.
I think I'd like Soul to just know and put the shield between the attack.
Okay. Yeah, he goes to just like swing. Like he doesn't have any weapons on him.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Aeson, like, getting there and being like, we could have communicated, man. Like, it didn't have to go down this way.
He's like, dude, I was trying to ignore you guys. You know?
Throw an axe at me.
He's like, I thought you were running off to tell your buddies.
Wasn't even running. Just walk away.
Like he just walked. He
You
didn't
were
care.
walking pretty briskly. That was a pretty quick pace we had about you, sir.
And for the
He
fun
points to
of
the
it.
axe for a good reason.
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry.
He's like, yeah, as he goes down, basically. As Mayrin fucking kills him. He's like,
Hang on, I'm doing a thing.
Oh my god.
I'm also going to spend the hope to add a +3
Jesus God, this man.
and use the rest of mine, which is my neat little experience because of Grant. And that evens out to 37 damage.
Yeah, he only has 4 HP, so
Not anymore.
y'all got him.
We just gut this poor man.
Yeah.
Oh, like she runs up and like he goes to hit and Soul blocks the hit and she just reaches around and just right into his neck.
Right?
Yeah, and he goes down and he like starts to like grab it and just kind of coughs it out and just lays down. And you realize that nobody's running down the hill towards you. They got to the side of the hill and started doing some kind of ritual.
Ooh.
Oh, definitely picking up the axe. We will definitely
How I
be
feel
interrupting.
about that. Um,
Um,
can I roll some
Soul.
type of like arcana something to figure out what they're doing?
Actually, it would be Soul. You would if you'd like to roll me a knowledge roll.
All right.
Oh,
That's a crit. Okay.
It's the same ritual that your high the high elder used to do to call the dragons for the tithing.
We need to stop it now. If we don't, dragons are going to get here.
You know that on a crit, you know that it takes a good 20 or 30 minutes, so you have either time to try and stop it or time to gather up some shit and run, because it is a ritual that they cannot walk away from once they begin.
hmm.
But you have never seen anybody interrupt the ritual, and you don't know what it'll do.
We're gonna
Thank-
find out as Mayrim points. Get what we need, and she's gonna dart towards them.
Oh no.
Are you running through the bowl that I was describing that was broken up in the caravan? That's the direct route. Or are you going around the front of the caravan? It matters because I have to tell you what you see. Either direction.
Me or them?
You.
I'm direct route.
The center of the caravan is like dusted almost. Like the ground has completely been pushed away. It is almost like an ice slick. And at the center of it is Juju's body, like encased in ice, like this. He's the one who did the ice, not the dragon.
Mm.
You have a moment to look at him.
Like, yeah, there's gonna be this kind of stutter in my steps. I was like, oh,
And then
it
as
just
you were to turn, you'd see in front of it the white dragon is completely cased in ice and looks dead at the front of the caravan.
Wow.
Yep. Gotta kill him. Just go kill him. Be done with it. Kill all of them.
I feel like this is a new Ren after Grant fucking jumping in with daggers raptor strike. The fuck?
She's real angry. She's very angry.
Mayrin has had enough.
With advantage, sorry. Oh. With advantage, that is a 29. Does that hit?
Nope. Of course it does. Go ahead.
I was like, whoa.
I was like,
Insane.
To be like, what, sir?
look, yeah, Ace was gonna look over. What?
Ason's head pull now breaks first fault. What?
You realized you jumped into Colossus. No, but
I am so glad there was 2 ones in that. I've never been happier for ones in my life.
Hmm.
okay.
I have to do math.
Boo,
Why
man.
am I bad at math and play math rock game?
I'm also bad at math.
I'm great at math until I have to do it in front of people.
That also makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend another hope
I'm all right at counting.
to use just make it to the end to add 2 more to this, making it 49 damage.
Nice.
So you do 3 HP worth of damage to this man.
Okay.
He like doesn't stop. He just
Oh.
all the scars, all the blood starts to rip out of him, and he just puts his hand up and keeps chanting. And through the blood and the coughing, he's just going to keep chanting.
That's cool. Because since I made a successful attack, I want to use kick.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to mark a stress to basically kick this thing with my heels and do 2d6 worth of damage.
Okay.
Which is 11.
Yep. As he goes down, the other 2 stand up, chanting harder and faster.
Cool. She's going to smile.
Okay. You haven't rolled on fear yet, so keep going.
Yeah. I'm going to smile and I'm going to say, let's see how well you can keep that up when there's only one of you. And I want to unleash chaos on another one of them.
You all are running back and forth getting all the stuff, and you just see lights flashing off in the distance. As Mayrin just bloodily murders these 3 people.
Like, giant ass be like, yep, that's Fluffy. Just gonna.
Yeah, I'd be like, look at our veggie go. Look at her.
That sucks.
Okay, what was it on fear?
It is on fear.
Yep.
It's a 27 on fear.
It goes to a 2. The count the countdown timer goes to 2.
Oh.
You hit.
Fuck that shit. Did I not get D10s out? A 5 of these bitches.
What?
Huh?
Nothing. Keep going.
She said she was unleashing chaos.
I did say that.
All right.
Shit. Okay. So that's another 30 damage.
Okay, that's 3 HP.
How much do I need to get the next HP off of him?
You don't know.
You're right, I don't know. Because I rolled too high on the last one.
You know that it's more than 45. Doing 4 HP to anything is a lot, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they have 4 HP. To be honest. So that I can have my little countdown timer and it makes sense.
I should have used Arcane Touch before I rolled damage.
Sorry. Power. I need somebody to compose us an 80s rock ballad.
That's okay. I can't do anything
In the
to
comments
raise.
below if you want to compose us a cool 80s rock ballad? Let us know.
Yeah.
Comment below.
I guess that'll end my turn.
There's no ending turns. You didn't. You rolled on fear to count the timer down. He's not
Yeah.
stopping. He's not stopping.
Oh, so I can just keep stabbing a motherfucker?
You keep going. They're gonna die on their feet trying to summon these dragons to kill you.
All right.
Oh, so I guess the fear doesn't mean he interrupts.
If they say so, I guess.
Just keep stabbing.
Yeah. I want to kick this one too, but I can't. Actually, I probably could kick it.
I was like, why? Why not?
Kick it.
Because kick specifically requires me to have made a melee attack, and I didn't.
Oh, I see.
All right. While you
Huh?
do that, I'm gonna have my Flintstones vitamin.
I'm gonna stab him then.
Oh, I hate I'm missing out on my Flintstones vitamins.
Don't worry, I'll come give each of you a Flintstone vitamin in a
The
minute.
best part of my day.
I know.
Can I
It's
instead
just
throw my
monsters.
dagger at the other one?
If you want.
Yes, I would love to do that because I don't want to waste this crit on 1 HP.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
All right, Flintstone. That was your plug. Now you need to sponsor us.
Right.
That was the best part of my day. Grape is the best flavor. Comment below. It's anything
All
other
of
than
us
grape,
at Until
you're
Ragnarok
wrong.
love our Flintstone vitamins, even Phantom. He thinks they're the best.
I haven't taken a vitamin in years. But anyways,
She lies.
Karen's gonna turn around and just chuck her dagger at the other one since I rolled a crit.
Dead forehead.
Damn.
Great between the eyes.
Right. He takes it as he keeps chanting, the blood draining down his face.
Not for long. Because out the gate, that is. I'm not crazy. 5 times 8 is
40.
40.
okay. So out the gate, that's 49
Mm-hmm.
plus.
You need to get 90 to do 4 HP.
Ugh.
Ugh.
It's double their severe threshold.
I understand, but that's still like a big number.
I know. Dragonkin, they have the scales, the toughness thing, you know.
That makes sense.
They have a low major threshold, but they have a pretty high severe threshold. For random NPCs.
There is nothing I can do to one hit that. So he's going to take 76 damage.
Yep. I kind of built them that way.
To where I couldn't one hit
It was
him?
a crit. It was a crit. Yes, I built them so that somebody could not one hit him unless you joint attack them and wasted a joint attack.
That tracks.
Okay, so you have 2 things at 1 HP. And you have a counter at 2. So you don't want to roll on fear. 2 times.
Cool.
No pressure.
No pressure. Can't roll 2 solid dice. Cool. So I want to stab this one again, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a 17.
Oh, I was like, it's an 8, you miss.
No, I was going to say 18, but I added too many ones.
Okay. 17 on what?
Hope.
Okay. So that one will go down.
My caduceus dice just out here not failing me today.
So now you have one last one. Theoretically, you'd have to miss and then roll on fear for the timer to go off.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go.
I want to lunge at this one too, I guess.
Raptor strike, I get it.
Yeah, Raptor Strike. Just going to coin the term right now, Raptor Strike. And let's roll good. +1. It's a 19.
Hits.
That one is on fear though, but
Timer goes down to 1. You kill it?
Probably.
Yeah.
Let me find my D8s.
I'm guessing you do more than 5 damage.
Minimum, I have to do 8.
There you go. So this thing dies, and as it dies, the large energy that has been gradually climbing into the sky collapses inwards and does a d20 worth of damage to you. 10 damage to you.
That's okay. I killed them all, right?
You did.
Cool.
So you guys running back and forth, bring piling all this stuff up. Juju's kind of like watching for a second, and every once in a while he points and is like, oof, 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 like making like all of the side like things, and then he like stops Isis and he points and goes, you know, I believe druids are able to shapeshift, right? As she like raptor like strikes into the sky.
Well, I kind of figured she'd take the raptor form, but I mean, it's cool. It's whatever.
She seems very angry. Did something happen?
Right.
Oh God, how do I break this gently? The only reason we were all able to make it out was because of Grant.
I didn't know that, cow. He's gonna turn around and start walking away.
Well, he mattered to her, so that's what happened.
No, I completely understand. When you've been alive as long as me, some of those people become drops in a bucket. My condolences to her, but nothing I'd write a card home about. He just focuses his way through.
Be like, I gathered all the ore. Is there more? Do we have more? Is someplace else?
Okay, there's absolutely too much ore for everybody to carry. Asen has grabbed all of it.
Great.
And even with Maurice and everybody here, there's no possible way. This is a caravan's worth full of ore. And then, from Grant's caravan, the walker falls sideways off of it. This is Isis's walker.
Oh, yeah. Let's start loading that puppy up, everybody.
Just
Yep.
In the middle of the fight, while it was like not sure if the ritual was going to finish or not, there would have been a moment where Sol just stopped in front of Mumu and was just like, hey, if you see that light go off, if it gets into the sky, run. Before running immediately back, not even waiting for a response.
Yeah, he just shakes his head. Okay, so you guys would load up the walker with the ore. And Isis, all I need is a control roll from you to get it back safely.
For the booty pincher.
For the booty pincher.
So Asen's fully talking Juju's head off about
Yep.
the amount of ore versus how much the fairies will now like him in terms of his power up. I need to make that very clear.
Juju's gonna look you dead in the face and be like, I will talk to the fairy king on your behalf.
Of course.
He's a personal great friend of mine.
So it's on fear, but it's a 20, but it's a 21. So I feel like that's still good.
No, 21's great. It's just going to take a little bit longer to get home. So this outing will take this entire day.
Okay.
To and from the whole thing. And on that note, we're going to go to break. Back for part 2, this is whatever. Here. Okay. So you guys have gathered up, and the walker moved down. Juju and everybody rode the the booty pincher back to the cave, you find your way to this hallucinatory terrain and make your way through, and there you all are, coming in with this 4-pronged machine that is built to carve and haul stone. Blue kind of looks up, and
As she walks in, just out the gate. I brought you an elemental.
Oh yes, friend, and they both, Juju and Tablu, both like embrace, like they are oldest friends. Juju kind of steps back and looks at him, and he goes, You've been doing a lot more than you shouldn't be pushing yourself so hard." And Tablu looks back at him and shakes his head. Ah, my body is worth giving up for the safety and the downfall of the tyranny in the sky. Plus, I needed to keep all these hooligans safe. And he like gestures to all of you. And as he breathes out, there's like that heavy wheeze again. And he just kind of, sorry, I'm still getting used to filtering the air properly. And Juju kind of laughs, and he goes, you'll be a grand old filter. And he turns and looks back at everybody and says, well, what are the next steps here? What needs to be done? I need sleep, but I can help.
See, at this point,
I think it's
is
time
Audrey
for a
still
torch.
working on the stuff, or is that done?
That should be done.
That should be done. Okay.
Mhm.
Then yeah, Soul's right. I guess really just onto the forge.
All right. As you start to say that, Juju sits down and he starts to think. He looks at the walker, the booty pincher. Yes, it's going to be a couple days, and I know the way, and then Tablu kind of interrupts him, and he walks over to Soul, very like he's in your space, and he kind of looks down. He gets down on like your level, so you're eye to eye with him now. And as he kind of bends down, there's a welling on the ground below you, and you're lifted up on like a root, so that now you guys both are eye to eye. And he goes, "All right, frog man, little Templar, is there trees near your temple?"
There should be, assuming the dragons didn't burn them all.
I need you to tell me all about your favorite one. Leave no details out.
I think Soul would picture in his mind a tree that sat near the window to his room that he would occasionally climb out onto and sleep under the stars in, where he could look over the water, but do so without leaving the island.
Okay. Give me a knowledge roll on advantage
All right.
to recall.
That is 24 on hope.
Very good. As you're talking, Blue walks over to his list, and you realize that all the list has been written in roots from this tree above. And he puts his hand on the elemental part of the list, and he starts to wipe it clean. And as he does, the ground shifts and the roots entwine and they start to open. And you watch as his hand springs mushrooms up his arm. Large, like billowy, inky mushrooms rip from his skin and tear through his like jagged pieces of armor and scale and flesh. And you can see the roots climb up into his mouth a little bit more, taking over his bottom lip. And he kind of coughs outwards as Juju begins to yell at him to not do this. And Blue pushes further, and you can see his ears get taken over and made into like these caps. And his hair starts to intertwine and turn into roots of like a vegetable. And he pushes open a doorway. And from it, you can see the window of your room. And the tree opens up and allows you all to walk through. It's large enough for the walker to get through even.
Oh,
Wow.
good. I was just about to ask, does that mean I have to carry the ore now from the walker? Like,
Another back and forth.
right? He's like, do it for the fairies.
He grasps the root, and Juju begins to hold his arm. And Tablu looks over, and you can see that his face has been taken over. His eye has been changed into roots that are twisted up. And as he speaks, it doesn't sound like him anymore. It's this harsh, almost like it's like a voice pushed through a strainer. And he looks and says, I can hold this open only for a couple minutes before I have to push harder. I'd like to retain a little bit of myself to see the dragon fall, if that's okay. Please hurry.
There's a nod of understanding, and Soul's going to start trying to usher people in as quick as possible.
Yeah. You heard the man, like we're getting booty pincher going through the
Yeah, definitely. Like, Ace has never seen someone turn into a tree. So even though he's on the booty pincher and he's definitely staring at Blue, just kind of like, wow, people turn into trees. You know, we don't have a lot of trees. I wonder if that's why. Like, just this whole.
Yeah. Maurice stands up and says, we are going to stay and we will follow you the long way. It'll take a couple days, but we will be there. Hopefully when we are needed. And then Juju looks over and goes, it won't take a couple days. We'll get there fast. But I need to prepare first. Go. And he looks at Blue and goes, my friend, you need to rest. What were you going to say?
Myrin is going to, as she's going to the portal, she's going to hand Blue a canteen.
Mm-hmm.
And point at it and say, when I need that again, I'm going to call on you.
He looks at it and shakes it and understands. And he says, hopefully there's something to call on. And as he smiles, you can see the twisted up pieces of the filtered from the mushroom.
She smiles back, and hopefully we'll have a clear day. And she's going to run through the portal to catch up with them.
Oh my god.
It snaps shut very abruptly, and when it does, the tree like rots and falls apart. And as it shatters to the ground, it is loud. This is the cracking and billowing of a tree. And some of the monks look over and would see you. And it is up to Soul now to take it away from here.
Like, I hope that wasn't your favorite tree.
It was mine, but now or never. I'm going to step forward towards the monks and just look them in the eye. Look one of them in the eye, whoever is closest.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for the rude entrance, but it's now or never. We've got things to take care of.
You. This is an older gentleman. Not one of the elders, mind you, but one that you would know doesn't have to do Templar duty anymore. This is just he's here to live out the rest of his life as a monk. And he behind him are some of the faces you'd know from like your era of people. Mostly gnomes and dwarves. A couple elves here and there, but not many. But there are many of these people, and they all kind of were looking at you with that same stern look that they kind of eyed you down as you left the first time. And he says, You know, Rana, that you are not welcome back here after what you've done. But if you've come to repent for what you have done and to give back the key and get back to being a beacon for these people, that is what we are here to do. You may go and reside yourself in the walls, but it'll be many, many long tithings before you are accepted back in the light of this day.
When he says repent, there is a fire that burns behind Soul's eyes. If anyone here needs to repent, it's the elders for holding back. I want you to stand aside. I don't want to hurt anyone here.
You would make our hearts weep, hurting your kin, the ones that raised you, the people that took care of you, that gave you your moral compass. Nobody here is going to stop you. But you should understand that you dig a hole deeper than what your soul can bear.
The hole was already dug when you chose to stand aside and let this tyrant rule over us. Let it take lives that didn't need to be taken.
Whew.
The hole was dug, but not by me.
Ooh. Jason's gonna whisper really, really loudly. I don't think this is going very well.
Give him a minute. Give him a minute.
The monks
Like, take his axe.
The monks don't crowd you or anything. They just do the same thing they do during tithing. They begin to sit down and pray.
I'm just going to start stepping forward past them, and
Yeah.
you've done what you believe is right. You've brought hope to some. But there's a point where you need to stop sitting on your hands, and you have to fight back. And that's the point I reached. And when this is over, maybe more will see that.
Violence to stop a cause does not create a new way. It just causes more violence in the end.
And yet, it's the only way we were ever going to be free.
I mean,
that
it's only
fire-breathing
me.
mountain.
Marian's going to reach up and cover Aeson's mouth.
As you all pass by the monks, you just hear small chimes, small rustling of beads, and just little prayers in whatever native tongue that particular person has come from. Many would be in Rana's native language, which is just this like visceral, nomadic, like forest language from below.
Mm-hmm.
You get up to the front doors. They're open. Nothing is. There are some Templar that look like they are there to stop you. About 4 or 5 of them kind of standing there. Like they look forceful, but Soul, you know that nobody here is going to enact violence on you. If you push past, they're just going to go and get the elder. And that is the thing that you have to be ready to handle is This is theoretically your father figure. But you get to the forge. It is on a terrace, and the forge itself dips down deep, deep into the well of this floating island, towards the core where the magic is all pulsating and rolling and kind of like ebb and flowing. You have the key.
Mm-hmm.
Isis, you see this forge. It's grand. It was not exaggerated when it was said that this is a forge that used to create miracles. But it is old and it has not been used in so long of time. Asen, there are carvings amongst the sides of grand warriors with weapons that you could never have imagined to behold before. These are legendary, like Achilles level warriors. Like these are the mythological people that you would talk about that would give hope to entire generations of people. This, and you'd realize this is where their weapons were crafted. This is where this is where legendary weapons are made that people not only follow but look at for hope. Mayrin, you'd see magic that is overwhelmingly able to do things. Like I said, this is a place that crafts miracles. This is a place where wishes are built, or at least used to be. But I think there'd be a moment for Mayrin specifically where it would billow up and you'd realize that these people have kept all of this to themselves. This could be used to create a better world, a safer world for their people, but they've hidden it away and only used it as a flickering light in the sky. And I think that it would hit home for Mayrin more than everybody else because there's enough magic here that you could just nope out and try and go home with it. You could leave all of these people high and dry and say, fuck it. You know how to craft that door. You've done it before. That's a selfish version of what could happen. But then it's how selfish would it be when it's no more selfish than everybody around here that was taking care of this place for the past 50 to 100 years? It's like having a map to safety, but instead of giving the map out, it's erecting a lighthouse at the end of the tunnel that twists and nobody can see the light until they find their way through the maze. But here you all are, looking at this forge as Soul holds the key. You know that you have to push the key, turn it, and like create this large, open this vat. Isis, give me a knowledge roll.
Okay. Let's spend a hope, and we'll add an experience. We'll add be prepared, because she's prepared.
Smart.
It's a 16 on fear.
Okay. You you have crafted weapons and armor and tools that demons and lords and kings of hell have used. And you're looking at this ore, this viscous liquid that you're going to quench it with.
Mm-hmm.
And to your best of your knowledge, this is going to take more than 10 hours to do.
Ooh.
You will need to be left alone. You will need to be given the birth of time to do this. You can relay that to them however you'd like. But if you are interrupted heavily, it'll take longer.
Okay.
But you need this time to do this. And this is not going to be just one cut. This is going to be all or nothing. You only get one chance to do this with how much of this steel you have.
Okay. Seeing all of that, she's going to turn and look at everyone. She would kind of stretch her shoulders, kind of like crack her knuckles a little bit. And you would see like she would put her hands up and a bunch of like mage hands would float around her to kind of help her in this process. Be like, all right, been a little bit, but as the fire burns from her fingertips, I think I know what I need to do. Y'all just gotta buy me a goodly amount of time.
Soul, you ignite the forge?
Before I do, I just take the key, press it to my forehead, and just say, "For Alba," and then I'll press the key into the forge.
Oh.
There are these giant hands that kind of open and circle. And as they move, there is a large spark. And this is almost as if you could feel life beating, as if this was a heart below us. And the magic curls up, and then in a flicker of purple and red and deep blue, the fire just erupts and begins to heat up everything around it. And the forge just begins to turn. All the different instruments begin to bellow and harshen. You can hear the creaks of this steel and stone begin to like push and twist and like get bigger under the heat of everything. The heat on your skin flickers, and there's it's almost like you can feel your skin turn to stone for a second as the heat almost cremates just pieces of the outer layer of your skin. There's a little bit of your fur Isis in this elemental fire that singes just the tips in that good, loving way that you remember it doing so in your forge.
Yeah. She would just kind of like bask in that for just a minute and be like, almost. And she would kind of like stick her hand out and add a little bit of her hellfire to it just to give it that little extra twinge of her touch.
You put the ore into the parts to be melted down.
Mm-hmm.
And first it sparks and begins to like almost steam and stream, but then it solidifies and begins to melt down. It takes a good amount of time. It's a lot longer than what you're used to. This is
Okay.
This metal is very, very fire repellent.
Mm.
That being said, do we close the doors? What are we doing here for the rest of us? Ace and Soul and Mayrin.
After pressing the key in, Soul will snap to and just, if the Elder comes, he can stop us. But I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the beacon that we're about to light.
So,
I can stand guard outside.
do we want to stand guard outside? Or would
From
we
what-
rather stand guard inside?
From what we can tell, is there any other entrance into this room, or is it just the one?
You know that this is the only entrance to this room.
Okay. Only one way in.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Is that one way in with like conventional methods? I'm just trying to make sure like there's no secret wall or like window somebody comes through or a dragon comes through and like we're all standing outside.
you're not outside. You're inside on a, if you think like a basement level, but this is a large hallway. I wouldn't say a dragon fits in the hallway, but also a dragon could definitely open this place up like a Tupperware lid and come look in. But you are theoretically sitting inside of a hallway that you would see somebody coming. It's a long walk. It's not like they're going to turn the corner and surprise you. Two large doors, statues behind you. This was a granite walkway before.
I definitely want to close the doors.
Okay.
But we should probably bar them while we're at it. With something.
Gestures vaguely to all the weapons and stuff on the wall.
Do they open in or out?
Good question.
They open out.
So if we're outside,
They open
we
towards
could
you.
just. Can we just like knock one of the statues over?
Mm-hmm.
How are we gonna knock over a statue?
I'll just push it or chop it.
Oh.
If you say that, Soul will spin the Morning Star and get ready to hit the ankles of the statue. Knock one over.
Right? But yeah, Aeson's definitely have looked at the wall and been like, Fluffy, I want that piece, that piece, that piece, and that piece.
Combined.
Oh, yes. Combine them all. I'll be like the ultimate Aeson.
She would put her.
All the heroes.
I imagine she'd have one paw, like making sure that the metal is properly heating to the correct temperature, the other one on your shoulder, and just be like, remember, we have to add your magic to the weapon so it can't be too complicated. Or else the magic will not take.
Oh. And he's gonna like check his pants. He's like, but I don't have any more fairies on me.
This last one, she would minor illusion of fairy, is my gift to you.
Yes. Okay. Protect Fluffy. Everything dies. She's gonna like, we're going out the door. Like,
Aeson out here. Rule number 5, stay behind me.
he's gonna like roll up his imaginary sleeves, right? Because he doesn't have any sleeves, but it's like,
Yeah.
let's go.
If I see Aeson getting pumped a little bit, I'll just put a hand up. Like, if any of the monks come, they may be assholes, they may be selfish, but I don't want them dead.
Unless they're dragons in disguise.
Fair.
He's just gonna like be like, everything dies.
So,
Nothing gets to Fluffy.
did we knock a statue down?
Yes.
Okay. 2 hours pass. Nobody's coming. Nobody's come.
Aeson's on full patrol. Just marching, everything. Just,
There's a bead of light turns the corner. Soul, you've heard stories of some of the power that used to be wielded at this temple. You've never beheld it.
Mm.
These are stories of why the elder monk is the elder monk in charge. How he was this grand wizard at one point. Some used to call him a summoner. You see this mote of light turn the corner. It feels like pressure against your skin. And immediately would, if anybody has like, what is it, that like danger sense type of thing, this would set it off. This is an alarm. Soul, you would understand that that bead of light cannot reach the door. You don't know why. You just know that this is a all hands on deck moment. And you don't know how to talk to it or what to do to stop it. But you do know that this is magic from the elder.
And in that moment, there'll just be a loud croak from Soul's throat. Just get ready. And I think, not knowing what else to do, he's going to charge the light. Shield forward and just see if he can make any kind of contact with it.
Shield forward. Roll me a hit roll.
All right. A 22 on fear. Hit.
All right. We play make it take it, so you will hit it on a 22.
All right.
As you slam into it, this, for just a brief moment, you can see light, sheen, and this large, mostly legs, angel stands in front of you. 4 wings wrapping around its body. Two covering its eyes, 2 others covering its feet as it floats. And it stops in its place. And the light shimmers again. And there's this almost like Technicolor moment to it before the moat slowly opens up and envelops, and its mouth just begins to speak. You are one of the sons of this place. You strike those that you do not understand. Soul.
Mm-hmm.
Well, mark this chart. You are currently marked by this seraph. Until further notice, you cannot gain hope, and any damage you take will add 20 to it.
Okay.
And it'll put its hand out as it like just kind of like touches your forehead. And as it pulls itself back, its hand back, it'll say, You have done a grave disservice to your own kind, to this place. You desecrate this place in a way that you were not invited to hear. This was not your forge to handle. And then one of its feathers twist back and curl, and its eyes are empty. There's just black holes where the eyes would be in its head. And it looks over and it goes, and you brought these things with you. Asen, I would need you to roll me a presence reaction, please.
4. Because I definitely want to turn to Veggie and be like, is that a fairy? Is that a giant fucking fairy?
Yes. That is the fairy king.
That is a 20 with fear.
You fail it.
Oh.
And I need a bunch of d6.
I mean, like, did I need to add like +2 to it? I'm trying to figure out like.
The world may never know, yo.
You want to try?
Yeah, I mean, we could do that. All right. So we'll call it should have paid attention, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll spend a hope, add +2 to make it a 22. And just because I got this feeling about you, I'm going to mark 2 stress to make sure it's a hope.
Okay. We play Make It Take It. 22 is the number. So you will take half the damage. 6, 6. Oh, 10 and 10. Okay, so 28. And you will, so it'll be 28, so 14 magical damage, and you are marked as guilty.
Okay.
Which will come into effect momentarily.
Hmm.
Like I don't get to evade, like.
You did evade half of it.
Yes, which is why I get to attack it.
Oh, yes. You are marked guilty. You may attack it on disadvantage.
Bet.
It's critter day.
Yeah. I wish.
Roll a
Let's
crit
sell
and we'll talk about it.
Bet. So that is the disadvantage is 16 on fear.
You will fail the attack.
Except I'm going to use, since I missed the first attack, I'm going to spend a hope to make sure I get to hit it again.
Okay. Still disadvantage.
And why would it be disadvantage again?
You're guilty. It's disadvantage until it dies. Or you prove that you're not guilty.
Bet. So disadvantage is a 23 on hope.
That hits.
Great.
Ain't guilty at all. Ain't guilty for shit.
Exactly. Like this fairy is mine. That is a 49.
Let me see. What is our...
Yeah.
Okay, so you do 2 HP to it.
Bet.
And you may roll a presence roll for me, please.
Okay. That is 18 on fear for a presence roll.
Okay, you'll fail that. And as you hit it, your axe will shatter against it. You may remove your weapon, please. And it will embrace you and hug. And it will whisper, "Together, we are not but the same." And you will lose consciousness. So until somebody comes and spends a hope to make you come back to the conscious realm, you are down
Right.
at its feet. In a prayer.
That's cool. As long as it understands, right, that as I'm losing consciousness, fucking fairy, I will own you.
Theoretically, you're not guilty anymore. Soul, you are watching all this. You understand now that this is the this is the high monk's seraph that he's attached to. He is called something from another. Somehow he is called something from another plane, which there's a moment that should enrage you in all this, because that meant that through all this time where there was no magic, where there was not a way to ask for help, he could have. This is a being that theoretically could fight a dragon. This is a being that could take most of the dragons you've seen. This is a being that was once the shadow of a god, made whole. There should be a moment of true rage within you over this. But as it is my turn to spotlight, Mayren, let's move on to you. It will almost snap into existence in front of you as the light kind of flickers and brings it to you, like the little girl on the TV going from the well to the TV. And I will spend 5 fear, bringing me to 0. And it will place both of its hands on your cheeks and say, "Dear, you are already singed. Allow me to heal you." And I will need a presence roll from you.
Can it be like instinct?
Everything has to do with this thing's presence. I'm sorry.
Can it be instinct? Presence. Oh, that's cool. Ten and 11 is 21, right?
Yeah.
I'm bad at math. I did that earlier, trying to add 12 and 11. Plus 3 for presence is 24.
Mhm.
And oh no, I just want to use the experience because I haven't got to use it in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to spend the hope and
I'm about to do something so fucked up. Okay.
but the experience is called Drink with Kings, and it just adds 2 to my presence.
So because you used an experience to try and thwart this, I will use a reaction called Unwind, and I will remove 2d8 from your roll.
Roll low.
I rolled a 9.
You didn't.
I did. I rolled a 5 and a 4. I had to add that up in my head, and it wasn't mathing for a second.
When the math stops mathing.
I almost said I rolled a 54, and I was like, wait, stop. Just go.
That's fair.
Guys, we're fucked.
Because Mayren whispers to this thing, "You shouldn't be here. Someone's been naughty."
What does that bring you to if you subtract 9? Less than 22?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it would have been 26.
As it touches you, your antlers begin to grow uncontrollably and latch into the ceiling and take root into the side of the wall as they spread outwards, and flowers begin to bud off of them and begin to bud through your mouth and your tongue and begin to choke the airways in you so that you can barely breathe, as more and more of these flowers and dandelions and weeds begin to populate out of you. And she will entangling vines your body and put you in a cocoon in this with your own antlers holding you up. And again, you will be unconscious until somebody takes an action to pull you out of it. And it'll turn to the one that is now left up, Soul, the one he has marked to personally through judgment. And the seraph will look down and say, "Please explain yourself and do not lie." And it will use Mayrin as a seat as it sits among her antlers.
Okay. That burned behind Soul's eyes when he first saw the monks and started pushing through will come back brighter and just stare this thing down. Firstly, you'll not use my friend as a seat.
Friendship
Secondly,
is fleeting.
I have done nothing to sully this place that the High Monk could not have done. What has truly sullied this place, what has truly ruined it, is that bastard sitting on his ass and doing nothing but letting people die when he could have brought someone as powerful as you to fight against these stupid dragons.
Its hand goes up like this, and it says, "Language, and explain further. Please roll presence."
All right. I'm going to spend a hope to use an experience here. I'm going to use Dragon Rider as a confidence boost.
Okay.
For Soul. That's a crit.
Okay. Very good. Explain. Do not leave out detail. I have not been here in ages.
Oh, then there's much you do not know.
Well, I will hear your words, but understand that found guilty, I will leave you. And it looks around and says, "As your friends."
My friends and I are fighting, running the forge, so that we may put an end to a terror known as Cinderlace and his kin. One who has oppressed the world for longer than I've been alive. From the moment I left the waters beneath this place, his shadow has been on the horizon.
It'll step down off of Mayrin. And it'll almost like lift you up so that you are now eye level with its chin, never eye level with itself. My son of the temple, what is oppression to you?
Oppression is the need to fight just to live. These people don't have a chance to thrive. Their fight is for survival, to not be taken as a tithe to this thing, to not be eaten by one of his kids.
Roll presence.
All right. It's as close to max as I could have gotten. That is a 23 on hope.
Very good. The seraph will unbind its feet. Its wings will wrap up around its hand, and it'll say, "Child, your words are truthful, but I still need to see. I will see through your eyes." And it'll reach up and press its fingers into your eyes and your mouth, and it will push into your skull and pluck one of your eyes out. And it'll hold it in its hand. It'll glow in a warm light, and I will do 3 HP worth of damage to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will need you to now roll one last time, presence with advantage.
Okay. Unbelievably, that is a crit.
Perfect. As it
Double 12s at that.
As it crushes your eye in its hand, It sees everything that you've seen through your whole life, but mostly the moments. And then it sees the dragons that just happened. These things, these tyrants. It can feel your feelings. And it stops. The warm light begins to collapse inwards. The holes in its head that used to be hollow are now your eyes. And it looks down and says, I understand. You fight a tyrant. And it like reaches down and kisses the eye hole on your face. And as it does, your eye springs forth and fixes itself in your own head. And you will feel your hope. And it will whisper to you, my master calls to his master Cinderlace now. You should probably stop him. Good luck. And it will blink out of existence.
Well, that was a roller coaster. Oh.
Jesus.
Came at it and it brought stop in the parking lot.
The moment it blinks out, I'm shaking Aeson and trying to unbind Mayrin from the cocoon.
So Ace is
It
like,
costs a hope each.
Okay.
Which is
Perfectly
why you
fine.
got your hope back on a crit.
Yeah.
Ace, where's the fairy?
We have to stop the master. The elder. We need to stop him now. He's calling Cinderlace.
Mayrin, you will have to remove your antlers to get away.
Yeah. I figured.
You can describe that if you'd like.
It's not exactly that time of year here. So she kind of reaches and she pulls out her dagger and she starts sawing. Because if you look at her dagger, it's literally just a steel covered jawbone. And she, like, someone took this bone, dunked it in metal, and forged it that way. And she's sawing at her antler. And she has to do that with both of them.
Left behind is Mayrin's antlers that have now taken stock and are now part of the blocking of the door.
Ace is just gonna like hold up his handle, be like, could have at least got the fairy. If I don't have an axe.
She'll reach and she'll like pull out this sickle and it's got like little thistles and thorns wrapped out on it like a handled decoration bouquet and hand it to him. It's a slash.
Aeson, it looks like one of the harvesting tools that they would have played with during the reaping. It's a holiday that you is from where you're from.
It's just gonna be like,
This is like a toy.
Best I got. Otherwise, you have a glorified stick, so.
Okay. Are you three running to the elder's room? I know Soul is.
Yeah.
yeah. Can I? What is this sickle? Okay, so at least I can equip it as like a weapon. Let's go to manage equipment.
Have Mayrin send it to you, whatever the name of it is.
Yeah.
Does it have a name? It's a basic axe.
I was going to say there are no sickles in.
Yeah, just make it a basic axe.
Yeah.
While you all are running, I'm sorry, I didn't ask Mayrin. Mayrin, are you going with them?
I feel like somebody should stay here.
There's a giant statue, and your antlers kind of blocking the door currently, but I could see one of you staying.
If I have anything I can leave behind.
Audrey.
That's what I was thinking too.
It's like the
Menacing.
fucking like third boss from Yoshi's Island too.
I actually plan to. You know what? She's going to set Audrey in the middle of where she sawed her antlers off. And you're going to watch Audrey's vines wrap up around these antlers. And it kind of settles as if it's not moving from here ever again.
Word.
It's basically like taking root.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so the three of you take off. Isis, let's go to you.
Yes.
Explain your process.
So you would see
you don't have to
her
explain it in like you can
super
go as depth
detailed.
as you want. You can go as depth as you want, but I'm not
No,
gonna like take away if you don't know how to like do something. You know what I mean? Like this is, but give me.
this isn't a master class on forging
Yes, this
today.
is not a master class, unfortunately. I know you could give us one though, my lord. But go
no.
ahead.
But basically, you would see her as she like stokes the flames to melt all of the ore down. She would almost be like kind of like she would really be in her element. Like you would see all of the mage hands flying around, grabbing different types of wood for handles. She would just be like kind of almost like in a dance as she's moving around and grabbing different pieces of tools off of shelves. And she would take the first batch of ore out of the flames as it's melted, tongs, put it on the anvil, and then she would go to hammer it, and then she would chuck it to the side, and she would immediately stick out her claws as they light on fire, and she would proceed to knead into the ore to start shaping it into whatever she needs, kind of like Play-Doh-ish almost. You see her as she starts working on, we'll start with souls first. Very sword and board. She would mold the ore into a ball as she would light her nails on fire, stabbing into different points to pull out the spikes for the morning star. She attaches that to the handle. Then she takes the bigger piece of metal that we got from the wall, smashing that in with her fist, again pulling out spikes to make him his morning star and shield, which she would set to the side. She would then go to work on the magical hammer that is Ace as she molded into shape, and she would intricately take her magic through her nail as she carves different runes into the head to represent all the different elements. We had fire, ice, lightning, and then the air, which is the special fairy she had promised Aeson, and then heart as the final element. Attach that to a handle and crest it with different gems corresponding to all the different elements.
Very good.
Yeah.
Give me a spellcasting roll,
Okay.
and let's call it a finesse roll. After that,
Okay, so spellcast first,
yes,
and
please.
then finesse. Okay.
Spellcast for the power of it all. Finesse for the kneading.
And we'll do.
How powerful are the biscuits you're making?
Since I'm technically in my element and using fire, I will spin the hope to add the extra 2 to my roll.
Mm-hmm.
So that brings that to so the spell cast is a 20 on hope.
Okay.
And then you said finesse. And then that's an 18 on hope for the finesse.
Okay. You are doing great. You're on time. There's a flicker of light a bright
Hmm.
mass in front of you as this seraph pushes its way into your line of sight while you're still kneading. And it begins to speak. But its words are like static amongst other sounds to you. You can't hear its voice. Instead, you see another light in front of you begin to twist and dangle. And you hear a familiar voice of your friend, your pact mate.
Hmm.
And it just says, "Don't worry. We are out of that one's reach. Just keep working, and I will surely make sure that it goes away. Consider this my gift to you for our bound agreement."
She would nod and just kind of keep in her flow and be like, yes. And also, I won't put you to work. I won't make you help me out. Seems like a deal.
Hmm. Hmm. Yes, not this time. Other things must be done. And you watch as the seraph begins to twist and scream as teeth and fangs lurch up and pierce its body and rip through it as its spirit is ripped in two and sucked up into the light of this anglerfish. And you almost feels like a sea breeze hits you and rolls over you as it disappears. The screaming from the angel rolls over you like the tide and stays echoing throughout the forge for 15 or 20 minutes.
Beautiful. I feel like that would be almost kind of an environment that she was used to be working in, like the constant screaming and anguish from people outside. So it just had that little just like hominess of like, this I'm doing this for a purpose. I need to make sure that my family is safe. And no matter what happens to me because of this, irrelevant.
It's just your new friend setting the ambiance for you.
It's great. Thumbs up.
Putting on the Spotify.
The three of you, Marin, Asen, and Soul, you turn the corner. You know you're going to the room you stole the key from.
Yeah.
You hit the hallway. There's a Templar walking like normal. You push past him. Here's the door that leads to the High Elder. Walk me through what happens from here.
I think there's no hesitation, and Soul just kicks the door as hard as he can to try and get it open.
The door. Give me a strength roll.
All right. I'm good at those. It's 25 on hope.
Yeah. This frog kicks this door and it just splinters. Like just like rips off the hinges, like breaks. This wooden door could not have been in a worse place at the worst time for this moment.
Corridor.
There is a
He had children.
there's
He
a
did.
large archway where the key used to hang. There's fire dripping between it, and you can see Cinderlace's face. And in front of it is the High Elder, imploring Cinderlace that he is not the one that turned the forge on, but he does need help removing those from the forge. You break in to hear this. Cinderlace makes eye contact with you. Please roll me presence.
Okay.
All of us? or sticky?
Just, whoever's there in the doorway.
Aren't we all in the doorway?
If you all followed him into the doorway, make me a presence roll.
16 on hope.
You will remove 4 hope from yourself.
Jesus.
I got a 9 on hope.
You will remove 4 hope from yourself.
No.
I
I
only
got
got
17 on hope.
You will remove 4 hope from yourself.
I don't have 4 hope.
Well, you're done then.
You have negative.
You have negative hope.
You went into a deficit.
Given the last 3 days of her life, I'm surprised she had hope to begin with.
Oh.
there's this feeling of being in front of something that possibly could reach godhood. This is the closest thing to that this world has seen in an age. This is the tyrant that chokes the sky. This is the epitome of what it is that you are looking for. But it is also terrifying to finally just even see it look at you. There's something about its eyes that this is a true apex predator. And it now sees its prey. The elder turns and says, Rana, you should be ashamed. And even before he can do that, get the whole thing out. Even though you're a floating island, the world shakes. You hear the roar. And on this little fiery window, you watch Cinderlace stand. You see, Aeson, you personally see part of Underwing fall apart and collapse. Hundreds die just from this thing standing. Not to mention the thousands that will die just from its tail moving as it drags its tail across, killing pretty much everybody who's at anywhere near the runway. The marketplace that you all ventured to would be decimated. The idea that if any of Lashat's people are on the surface right now, they would be flattened because they're close enough to these hills. The dwarves are probably dead too. Probably no skin off your back, Aeson. But this thing moves. The entire world, the sky shakes. Soul, you understand that your father is the one who called it. Here he is telling you to be ashamed.
I think Soul just looks him in the eyes and grabs his robe and starts pushing him to the other wall. Your seraphim can see that what we're doing needs to be done, but you can't. And slam him against the wall.
Your actions here will cause thousands to die. I hope that is a burden you're willing to bear.
And your actions have already caused, well, your inaction has already caused far too many to die. This gives a chance at rebirth, at life sprouting anew.
He will try and fight back against you, but he will also do this while yelling, I have bared my burden and shouldered my problems. My bag of bricks have been on my back longer than I've been able to age. And you're going to see for the first time his skin is fake. And it begins to wilt, and you can see the skull underneath of him being held alive by the magic that he has crafted around him. You can either roll presence or strength against this.
I'm gonna go with strength because I don't think Soul's trying anything with his presence. I think he's just pissed and getting ready to throw this guy against the other wall now.
Right.
That's double fives. That's a crit.
Okay. He attempted to shackle you with guilt, and instead you are able to throw him to the melee range of one other person.
I'm gonna throw him directly towards Asen.
Jason?
Yeah, I would have felt better about that with an axe, but
Well, things happen.
true. Okay, so I need to try and figure out how to hit him first. Is that
You could punch him for all I care. You just have something coming melee. You could hold him back and let Mayrin raptor him to death for all I care. You just have a old man coming straight at you like you're Wong.
bent?
Inside jokes, guys.
Yeah.
Inside jokes. All right.
Come on, man.
Yeah, no, I definitely think right. I definitely think Asen would want to like test out this new sickle. Kind of like, oh, okay, just
Baseball bat.
right. So he would definitely try to attack him. Just
Rolled it. You have advantage. He's vulnerable. He's an old man. Be thrown.
Ain't even got no real skin.
oh, critical success.
Yeah, crit on the old man.
With a weapon you've never used.
A weapon I have never used.
Automatically proficient.
Who are
He's
you?
like,
16?
oh.
Listen, you just found the sharp bit and pointed it the right way.
It's all that fey magic.
It is.
Bet. All right.
All right, roll damage.
I like that. All right. Okay, that is a 28 for damage. But the critical success is like you roll.
You do max damage, then roll the damage. Asen, how much damage did you do? I'm so sorry.
77.
77 damage to this old man.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, hold up.
Jason's hands are rated
That
E
crit
for
success.
everybody.
Yes.
So you do 3 HP worth of damage to this old man. His body is like thrown about, and his skin begins to just slide off of it like silk. And underneath you can see the lich pieces of him. Just the skeleton walking with bits of meat still hanging and attached. It turns. There's a well of energy in it. You rolled to hit on Hope, though, correct? Because it was a
Yes,
crit?
it's a critical success.
All right.
But technically, the roll actually it doesn't
was
say.
a crit.
I mean,
It was a crit.
So
It's
Mhm.
Hope.
okay.
Mayrin,
Oh.
what would you like to do?
So.
Is he still alive?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like I definitely want to shrug and be like,
That's a sturdy old man.
This is a lich.
Yeah. Hey, Pops, how you doing? You look like you haven't eaten in a while.
She kind of smiles. And it's not really that smile. You saw her give this smile to the sheriff in that town, and she gives this smile to the once senator. As she kind of leans and looks, I think he should be present when his master arrives, so that he can be with his people when they're all slaughtered by him.
Yeah, Aisen's definitely gonna stop like flickering the little sickle and like look over. Edgy.
I guess somebody strength check him. You have to restrain him.
Can I like kick him in the face?
Yeah, you can do whatever it was. Your turn.
We're gonna kick him in the face, and we're gonna tie him to a pyre outside.
All right.
Fuck these people.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was so close. I'm so glad that was 2 2s for a crit hit.
All right.
It was almost 2 1s.
If you can do 3 damage worth of, if you can do 3 HP worth of damage, you'll knock him out. As long as you're not making it lethal.
3 HP or 3 damage?
3 HP.
Be 18 at best.
Okay. So
I mean, if you like, Asen is more than happy to help follow up.
and that was a crit, so somebody else can go. You did 1 HP so far. You could go again if you'd like. You could hoof him and then hit him. Or you could hoof him again. I don't know. You do both little legs. I don't really know. What I was just explaining because you said you wanted to knock him out. So I was just trying to explain how to knock him out. Until somebody rolls fear, and then I'm going to do something back.
Assuming we still have to roll to hit him, right?
You do.
Right. So it definitely will not be Asen. Sticky, what you got?
I think Soul kind of reels after seeing the skin fall off of the High Elder.
Mm-hmm.
And at the moment, just readies himself, but does not strike out. As I think he almost sees what's left of the Elder as not worth his time when there's a fuck all giant dragon coming.
Right, but
Yeah.
that lich is going to get up and attack us if you do not knock it unconscious. So, therefore, I'm going to need you to knock it unconscious.
I think there's just a...
Morgan. This was not Asen. Asen
Oh, yeah, no. I know.
With full expectation.
It's just a walk towards him. Doesn't even draw a weapon and just punches for the head as he walks by.
Yeah.
It's just a shut up as he punches towards the jaw, trying to almost knock it loose.
Yep.
On the way.
Not our frog.
Okay, that's a 28 on hope to hit.
Yeah, you hit him.
Not
I gotta get D4s. Hold on,
Clean
just
off.
a sec. I wasn't planning to have to use unarmed strike today, so I didn't pull out my D4s at the beginning.
We weren't either.
Yeah.
I was.
Dang, it's got 2 hit points left.
Yeah. I'm getting the last D4 I need here. That's 21 points of damage.
Okay. He has 1 more HP left.
Oh my god. Y'all.
Can you add anything to that, Sticky? I'm pretty sure 21 is close to its major threshold for 2.
You know, we started this campaign with me snatching somebody's rug off their head. I want to use sticky fingers to try and snatch his jaw,
Jeez.
adding 3 to the damage.
Still not enough to do 2.
Damn.
sorry.
Oh wait, I forgot. I add my strength to that roll as well because of body basher.
Okay.
So that adds another 5. So if that was 21, 24, 29.
29. Okay, so 29 will get you there. Yeah.
All right.
So you rip his jaw out. And he collapses into a pile of bone. And the magic just kind of dissipates. And the window you had into where Cinderlace was getting up at collapses and closes. Isis,
Hmm.
I would need a what are we gonna call focusing? Maybe a finesse roll from you?
Okay. $14 on hope.
You are in the middle of forging and keeping track, doing everything. There's a certain order everything has to go in. And you're in the middle of trying to just craft the crown. And the world shakes and you feel the roar hit your gut. It shakes you. You falter for a moment. Your hands come back. Roll me a d12, and this is a very important d12.
Mm,
The higher, the better.
that's a 5.
You knock over some of the ore, and you have to re-melt it.
Reheat it.
Yeah. Add a little bit of time onto how long everything's taking.
Okay.
But you are able to save it.
That's good. I imagine she would be finishing up the runes, like on Aeson's hammer. She would have been crafting, like interweavings of different types of metal for this ornately built together crown for Mayrin to almost kind of resemble like the antlers and the nature that she had to add to that majesty.
The rest of you, what are you doing from here?
I kind of like to look around. I mean, he was technically a lich, He'd probably poke him a little bit, make sure he's dead, but then kind of, like search around.
Looking around the room, there are some crystals, there are some what looks like a lantern. But for the most part, it's pretty empty. There's spots on the wall where things look like they might have been. But I guess give me a knowledge roll and disadvantage to find something hidden.
12 on fear.
Nothing really jumps out at you, Asen, as anything but just junk and shiny rocks.
Joe?
Mayrin's soul, are you either of you doing anything in particular?
I think Soul is going to look at the jaw in his hand for a second and then just step out of the room. I'll meet you at the forge. And start walking away, headed towards his sister's room.
Mayrin?
She just kind of takes a moment and looks at Asen looking at shiny jewels. Just the ooh.
Like
Gonna
just
drag.
particularly shiny. Just
She's dragging this body out to the courtyard.
Okay. People that see you gasp. And one of the younger Templar just squeak out of their mouth. Why are you dragging a skeleton?
Well, about 45 seconds ago, it was your elder before he turned into an undead.
There's gasping and little talk. People begin to speak back and forth. It's like that telephone game where it happens immediately, like a web of people in a small town. All the gossip.
She's going to take a moment to like really heave as she slings him at the guy who tried to stop Soul earlier. And she's going to yell, after he called Cinderlace here.
People begin to kind of like hustle and move about. And you realize that there is no horizon line. It's darkness. Followed by fire. Moving towards you. If you'd like to roll for a judgment roll to see about how far away it is, that would be a instinct roll.
Yeah. It's a 9. It doesn't even matter on what. That's 9.
According to Mayrin, it's very close.
It's a mountain range, regardless.
Right.
She speaks up again. You have the option to stay and fight, to choose violence, or you can choose to leave.
Many of the older ones just sit and meditate, pray. A lot of the younger ones flee. And a couple others begin to try and help people down. They start cranking the gondola. It's the only way down.
Mm-hmm.
They tell others to take cover, to get inside their homes, to run.
Can I like snatch one of them on the way and be like, what did these shiny rocks do?
Yeah, roll presence for intimidation. Give you advantage on it.
Oh yeah, and I got a little thing for intimidation. Okay, hold on. All right. So presence roll.
He's already given you advantage.
Oh. And then let me put in my little bet. So that would be 6. It'll be a 20 on fear.
Okay. This guy looks at you. You've grabbed like a dwarf, and he got him by his collar. Husky, dude. He kind of grabs your hand, and he's like, I don't know what you're doing with those rocks. I need you to let me go. I gotta go. Don't you know Cinderlace is on his way? We have to leave."
And he's gonna like shake him. I know Cinderlace is on her way. That's why I need you to focus. Rocks. But
I've never seen this ore before. And he goes to touch it. He goes, "That's cold. I don't know. I'm not magic."
so they're magic.
Maybe.
He's gonna like drop him. He's like, I need a magic person. Find me a magic person.
He runs away. He lies. Okay. He takes off.
He's gonna like start making his way back towards the forge.
Yeah.
And be like, It's got to be somebody around here that's.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. God. Right. There are some Templar like warrior people, like they're not good warriors, you know what I mean? Like the guards running past you. There's some people that are like hunkering down in their like rooms. Soul, what are you doing?
I think I'm pushing past the chaos and just weaving through the crowd and headed straight to my sister's room to leave the notebook I carry that was once hers at the door
Okay.
before heading for the forge.
You get there and the door's closed. Not locked though.
Just push it slightly open. And if there's a desk, I'll set it there before rushing to the forge.
She's very tidy.
Mhm.
She was very tidy. And you leave it there and I guess make peace and take off to the forge. As you get to the forge, there are a handful of people trying to figure out what this giant plant thing is in front of it.
She has grown 3 sizes.
Mm.
Great.
Just like the Grinch's heart.
There's a couple like throwing knives and like things on the ground beneath Audrey. And there's like scraps of clothes that she has like taken apart from people as they've tried to get past it. Especially the first couple. They were unlucky to not realize that this plant was alive as they tried to push through. But no matter.
And a carnivore.
there is an outside part that Mayrin you would see. It wraps around the side. This whole thing can wrap around the temple. I'm making that notable because of the next piece of action that's about to happen here. As Shadow gets closer, and you realize that it's passing over top of you. This large, the belly of Cinderlace, slowly irks past, pushing clouds out of the way, creating thunderstorms as it moves. One of its large claws dips and slowly, like a comet or meteorite, pushing its way through the atmosphere, moves downwards with clouds and sky pushing off of it, and its thumb just cracks the top of the temple open like an egg on a counter and rolls down the seam of it. Isis, while you are forging, you see this entire front of the forge where the 2 statues are rip open in half as Cinderlace's hand just caresses the outside of the forge.
Great.
As he begins to push off of this area to turn his body around so that his head can now look downwards at the temple from behind. It's going to take him a good 5 minutes, 15 minutes to just do that. He's slow. It's the only advantage he'll have. What are we all doing? Nobody can not feel this. Everybody would know what's going on. Soul, Asen, if you're inside, you can now see the outside as the top of the temple is torn off.
He would definitely look up, just kind of be like, oh. And like I feel like he would drop the rocks and like start taking off, like running towards the forge.
Mm-hmm.
You know, might yell back like, I'll be back for you later or something, you know. But it's kind of like he's like, oh, I don't have time to play with rocks right now. Like,
yeah. Do you drop them on the floor? You don't have any pockets. Never mind. Great.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like they definitely all go on the floor.
Hot
You know
Pants
what? You
has
know what? Actually, roll me a d20.
Okay. You think I should save one of them? I could put it in my pants.
Roll me a d20.
That is a 9.
All right, never mind. Um, don't worry about what I was gonna say.
Ethan could absorb it.
Right? I was like,
Oh
put one
my
of them on
god.
foot and keep running.
So,
Yeah, I like that.
all right. So, give me an instinct roll, Asen.
All right. Let's go. That is a 26 critical success.
Holy shit.
Asen drops these rocks and turns to take off, and one of them shatters, and this giant ball of fire erupts outwards and careens upwards, and the rest of them crack and sparkle, and it catches your eye.
Ooh, he's gonna like do like the whole, like where you're running the opposite direction and suddenly like start needing to run in the opposite, just kind of like that whole slow down
Yeah.
spin thing. Ooh.
I imagine Ethan running in place, looking at it like, huh.
As you stop and look at the corner of your eye, you see a little hand as Five goes to grab one. And he like looks at you. Uh, blue or green?
Blue.
He tosses you the blue one.
Well, I'm definitely gonna catch it.
There you go. Okay.
It's like,
As you catch it, it shatters and rolls up your body as the magic pushes its way into your arm. And your entire arm is made of stone now.
yeah.
And you can add 5 to your armor
Damn.
score. You block
Yes.
your arm.
Whole mouth. You too can die in a fiery explosion.
Now, to Isis.
Yes.
What? 15 minutes passes and you see this giant eyeball slowly pull outwards. You get just the snout of this dragon as it slowly begins to speak.
Hmm.
You hear Cinderlace's voice erupt like a volcano, washing away just stone over top of everything. I have been woken because pitiful mortals believe that magic can save them from me. But I have also been told that you four are the reason for my children's departure. Normally, this would be a moment to rejoice and give thanks for culling the weakness from my bloodline. But instead, I have to personally come here to snuff the light out that is your souls for imparting such chaos amongst those that are supposed to look up in fear of me. You will know fear, and then you will know nothing. And its hand is going to begin to push downwards and try and collide with just the side of the entire island. Who's outside?
I'm right outside the entrance of the forge.
Great. Mayrin and Soul. Let's play the who gets hit by this game.
I think he means like outside of the interior of the thing.
Oh, yeah. Who's outside the temple? Was it just Mayrin?
I think it was just me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm taking a swipe. I have to see how much damage I do see the debris. Give me a second.
I so want to run in the forge and be like,
As you run in and you show me your arm, you're like, look fluffy. I want to say that this would be in the middle of the time when Isis is making her weapons, her little like brass knuckle claws.
No.
And as you scream, one of them falls into the quenching liquid. The other one kind of hits it, but then falls off. And then she picks up the one, it's like tries to skate on it. She's like, one didn't harden and is darker than the other. Why?
Reasons why the dirty claw exists. All right, Mayrin.
You got the clean claw and the dirty claw. She's like, well.
All right, Mayrin, let's do this. Please roll me 2d20.
Do you need like a total or 17?
Okay. Roll me an agility roll.
21. On fear. No, not on fear, because once per short rest, I am switching the value of my dice, so it's on hope.
I feel you. Okay. We are playing Makes It Take It, so you're good. You will take 2 stress.
Valid.
As this giant claw hits the side and like a piece, the gondola itself snaps and whips past you as the wires just miss you, and the whole gondola itself slams into the side of the temple, collapsing one of the walls. People die. The entire piece of the ground that he hit, just from his one like buffet of his hand, earthquakes are erupting as giant pieces of debris fly into the distance. He takes hold of the floating island, and you hear him breathe in. You all may do something. Isis, this is a very important roll.
God, it's still working. Give me 5 more minutes.
Well, Isis, this is probably the most important roll I'm going to have you have rolled so far this game. You may choose to either give me a strength or a finesse roll.
They're honestly both about the same.
and you don't have to worry, Asen's there with you. So he has 100% confidence in your abilities.
And that does nothing for the roll. So let's make the roll.
God help us.
He finds you first.
But it is cool that Asen's there to protect you.
The morally support,
There you go.
Yeah. I will channel Asen's strength, I guess, in this moment. And we'll go with the strength roll.
For everyone who forgets, Asen is an agility-based fighter.
That is true.
It's okay. Asen has
You're a
strength
big
of
buff,
character.
strength of character. Plus, you're big and buff. So, God.
Jason is the Claude Van Damme of Salterra.
Yo, Jean-Claude Van Damme's my boy, though. He's so cool.
Remember that as we fight Cinderlace.
He is. He's so cool.
That's another 18 on hope. I keep getting 18s.
It's very good. You're not quite finished yet. Asen, you're the only one there. Soul, you're running in, but you're not quick enough. So this is going to be up to Asen. We're spotlighting Asen here. The dragon begins to breathe. Fire. Inwards. And Isis needs to be protected. It's up to Asen of what he wants to do here. As a ball of fire the size of a large high school comes rolling into this temple and engulfs almost the entire side of the temple. Isis has to be protected. And you understand this even as Asen. This is a protect the president moment.
I gotta finish your weapon.
And I would need. And she's almost done. But if this fire hits her and stops her, all hope is lost. So, if you would like, I will let you choose to fail the roll and take the damage to defend Isis. Or if you can think of a way to somehow maneuver something in this room to block some of this damage with you, I will let you roll strength or agility or some bullshit to do it. But you will have to describe what that is very carefully. Because I will let you rule cool this, like always. But this is a Asen moment.
Bad. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. What if I put my hand in the ore that's fire resistant because they have the stone right around my hand, and then push it out as kind of this shield, if you will, to kind of potentially reduce some of or spread out some of the fire damage, kind of like a
okay. So you're gonna take your stone hand and just pull it up like a shield with the ore, the molten ore.
Right.
I will allow this. I have to think real quick. Let's do this. We'll start with a base. What's your base armor right now? Remember, you add 5 to it for your arm.
Right, which is now 8.
Okay.
Woo-hoo!
So we'll do 8.
Yeah.
We'll add 5 to that to make it 13.
Okay.
Roll me.
Oh, no, the +5 gave me 8.
Yeah, I'm gonna add 5 more for the molten for 13.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So 13.
That'll be its base. And why don't you roll me a d20?
All right.
To see how much of this wall of fire you block.
It says 8.
Okay, so 13 plus 8 is
21.
So I'll subtract 21 damage from the roll that I'm about to do.
Oh boy.
That's good.
Okay.
I feel like. I hope.
I think that's
Maybe.
very fair.
A large high school is coming at you in 21 damage.
I'm trying to be positive.
I did the thing.
I feel like that's the best that we could expect.
All right, so I need 3d10. $10, 18. Cool. So 68 minus 21
Yes.
becomes
47.
47. Asen, you take 47 damage.
Okay.
And Isis, you finish forging.
Oh, thank God. Everything goes into the quenching liquid. There are no tings. There's no warps in anything. We're good.
Okay. Do I have to take that as specifically health, like HP, or do I get to use the armor slots for it?
You can use more armor slots if you'd like. You're taking 47 base damage. You may mitigate that however you'd like from here. But that's how much fire is hitting you after it bursts through what you've done. Could have been 68. Like, and this is, like I said, this is a moment where this giant fireball just bursts through, and Asen stands up, throws his arm into boiling liquid, tosses that shit up in a sheet, and just holds himself steady against Cinderlace's entire breath weapon
Jesus.
to keep Isis safe. Now you just got to get everybody's weapons to them.
Mm-hmm.
Soul, you run in at the moment that you see this.
Mm.
Isis, Soul, and Asen are within throwing distance for you. Mayrin is just the only one that is abstracted currently.
Right.
Here we are. Asen just took fireball to his whole body and protected Isis. Isis, you just finished forging weapons and items that just will go down in history, hopefully.
I hope so.
So here we are.
18, 19. I hope 19, 20, 21. That would give me my 21 for evasion, correct?
It wasn't to hit you, it was just the damage.
That was the damage. He took 21 fire damage.
Okay. All right. Okay.
When you hit him in melee range, you'll take damage pretty much no matter what. For this phase at least. Okay, so I mark a stress. Mayrin, you're not within very close range of me, I'm guessing.
I don't think so.
Okay, so then the rest of you. I rolled a 26 to hit. So the three of you will take damage.
I don't understand the point of having evasion if all of your evasion hits are.
I am rolling, and I have rolled successfully. I've rolled 18 and 19 both times to hit you guys. I'm so sorry. It's happening. Y'all be critting me every attack. We going back and forth. Like,
It's
I don't know what to tell you.
I expect it.
I was like, I'm having a good day. Y'all have yours. I'm having mine. Like, I don't know what to say. 17, 18, 19, 20. So this would be 40 physical damage.
Jesus God.
Wow.
Knowing that
you guys are all knocked away to very far range, you'd go through a wall. So now we are outside of the... Everybody but Mayrin is outside the temple now.
Shit.
And this is his hand literally just grabbing you and slamming you through the rest of the temple till you're outside. So currently, you guys will be at very far range, and it will just be Mayrin and Cinderlace looking at each other.
Okay.
So knowing that Asen is an agility fighter, he can get out of the way. He can dodge really well. I'm gonna use.
That's it. I mean, but I'm trying to, because I already used all of my armor slots.
Oh,
I don't have any armor.
I got one left.
Slots whatsoever.
So it sounds like you're taking a scar.
I have this ability. It says take an action in combat without adding a token to the action tracker.
That will
So,
come in handy when you swing on them next.
but he says in action, not necessarily what the action is.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so I'm wondering if
You going through a wall.
check. Okay. All right.
What that will let you do, though, is next time you can swing twice. Because that's what that does. It lets you put an extra action on the tracker. So if you would swing twice.
Okay. All right. So I took 3 hits of damage. So Asen is down.
So when you go down, you make a decision. You can either die and go out in a blaze of glory with a critical success to whatever you want to do. You can roll your dice and hope for the best, which is you either have, if you're higher on hope, you just stay up. If you're higher, and I decide how much health you stand up with. If you're higher on fear, he dies. Or you can take a scar and go down until somebody spends a hope to wake you up.
That decision, I'm going to jump in front of that attack and use an armor slot to reduce it by 23 damage. I basically, when Cinderlace goes through to grab us, I want to be a thorn.
I'll just say, the idea that this hand, which is like, it's like an ant jumping in front of another ant, or this is like an ant jumping in front of a beetle to like be like, I'll protect you, and like a human hand just like, the fuck. And I can just imagine, like it's still pushing you through the thing, but Cinderlace is like, ew, it's sticky. Like,
But I also have my reaction to be able to be like, hey, take damage back now.
yup. So you take all of that damage, and then you also throw half of it back.
Yeah.
Jesus God.
So that is a 25 on hope to hit him back.
Get him.
And it was, the total amount was what, 40 something?
So
40?
you took 40 plus an extra 20.
Yep.
So it would be 60. So you do an extra 30 damage with this attack.
Yep.
Isis, are you still up?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Everybody's
I
still
got
up.
3 hit points left.
I'm glad I healed all of you.
Pretty much. Yeah.
It's all good, guys. This is a great phase 2. Here.
59 damage.
I reduce whatever you do.
So it would be 47 damage then instead of the...
Okay. He is gonna then look towards the group, overlook Mayrin, open his mouth to let his swing down.
They're little petals that look like they exploded off of the roses, just kind of sitting.
Very pretty.
It's awesome. Let's talk about Cinderlace,
Mm.
who is now
Genius.
going to buffet his wings. I will roll to hit all of you.
Great.
So like, is this the time? Like Asen's like, this thing, look, I'm flying. Like he's like float off the ground a little bit.
Okay, so against Asen.
What?
15 plus 8 hit. Maybe, actually, I don't know. Asen's evasion's pretty high. And you're flying, which I believe gives you a +2.
Yeah, but that's still a 19 with +2. I mean, I guess I could use a hope. What do I need to? 15?
I got 23.
Jesus.
I rolled really well.
I would have to spend 2 hope for that. Okay, nope, that hits.
Okay. So I'm going to hit Asen. Against Soul. That is a flat 15.
Yeah.
Against Isis. That's a flat 15 again.
Isis is going to, using some of the leftover heat and flames from the forge, try to like roll the fire up in front of her to
Uh-huh.
add to her evasion.
Yeah.
So that adds a 6, which brings me to 19.
You're good then. And Mayrin.
I'm trying to figure out like where everybody else got a flat 15, but I get like 15 plus 8. Did anybody else catch that?
I rolled a 15 to hit you, and I have a plus 8 to hit. And actually, against Mayrin, I rolled a 9. I rolled a 9.
Is that with the okay. Fantastic.
And that still would have hit me.
So I hit Asen and Soul, I believe.
Mhm.
Yep.
My evasion's a 10.
All right. So then I will do.
I was just trying to test out my little new flying abilities. And
I know.
5, 10, 11, 12. 37 damage to both of you. It's not magical. It's just air current.
I would like to use my last hope to use my Dragon Rider experience of getting buffeted by this wind to increase my AC by 2, so I can just clear it all with 1 armor slot.
All right. Very good.
And it'll just be Soul gets his new shield, his new mace, and he just sticks feet to the ground and gets ready to charge in, pushing against the wind.
Well, yeah. And as Cinderlace pushes off and raises back into the air, his tail is going to slam forward through the front room, specifically swinging on Soul.
All right.
Asen, you're flying, so it's going to miss you, and it's just going to come through this front room where Soul's standing. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you specifically said that you walked out of the room to give her the crown.
Yes.
So you two are not going to be in range of the tail, because it's just the tip of the tail striking through this thing. So
Okay.
here we go. I'm almost positive I hit you.
Yeah, it's a 9 to hit me.
Yeah. Okay. So you take. Okay. $10, $20, $30, $35, $40, $30. So you would take 43 physical damage, and you are vulnerable until you roll again with hope.
Okay. That'll get reduced by 18, making it only minor damage. So I'll mark 1 HP.
Yeah, you just it just like clings against the shield, and you have. Do you have a reaction to hit him back?
I do actually.
That would be what you could use before he gets to very far range.
Yeah.
So and then because I evaded the attack, I get to hit him.
Yep.
So I was like, wait.
All right. So that was 43 damage, right?
Yes.
You said? All right. So mine strikes back, adding half that damage to the power of my attack. I'm assuming I still need to roll to hit him back.
Mm-hmm.
That's crit.
Called it.
I know. I looked over. I saw her do it too. She went like that.
Yeah. Double 7s. Lucky 7s. Let's.
All right.
And we're using the same damage dice as the Dwarven Morning.
Right. So my attack is 33. The damage.
Okay. 33. Can you spend something to do 1 more damage?
Yeah, yeah, I technically have a Call of the Slayer dice. I'll roll that right quick.
Do 1 more. 34 is its major threshold.
Plus another 4.
So you do 2 damage to it. You cleave the tip of his tail clean off. Just think like a watermelon-sized tip of its tail. You just slice it clean off with your warhammer. Like it like drags and just pulls the piece of the tail off.
It's 111 damage.
The fuck?
So half of 43 plus a base of 60 plus 5d10.
Holy shit.
God damn. Yeah, you do 2 damage to it. No, I'm in first form. You do 3 damage to it.
I was like, 2 damage for that?
As
I
the
was
tail
having a
strikes and it buffets in, I'm just gonna try and catch it with the spikes so I can get a good smack to like break a bone in the tail.
Yeah, yeah, I will say that you fully like you catch the tail with the shield and take the morning star and just cleave into it, and you watch as the piece of exposed weakness that is the giant like piece that the warhammer took off, you could see just a little bit of its bone under the skin, and you watch as the bone shatters against the morning star as it takes off to very far range. Do either of our casters have something that can hit him at far range?
So, does that mean I get to take like an opportunity attack because it's now leaving my melee range?
No.
I thought it is.
I know. That's kind of what you did just now when you did 2 HP worth of damage to it. Mayrin?
I can, but hear me out.
Okay.
I probably shouldn't.
Oh, okay.
So if Isis has something that can hit him, you don't?
Not at very far range now.
Is he at very far range or just far range?
He's at far range, moving to very far range. So he's at far range this moment. He'll be at very far range next. And then he'll do whatever he does.
I was like, I have one thing, but I kind of wanted to save it for something else that does far range.
By all means, if you feel like you need to save it, save it.
Because everything else I have is either like very close. Because like a lot of her magic she does is with her claws and fire, so it's very.
You'll have a chance.
This is fine, I guess, because why not? I guess I will just use Unleash Chaos. Where are my dice? There they are. That is a 19 plus 5 is 24
You hit.
on Hope.
Very good.
I had to hold it up to see which dice it was. And that is... Why are there only 4 there? One of my D10s is missing. Oh, well. Oh, wait. It's right there. In front of my face. That is 34 magical damage.
Nice.
I believe that means yep. So it backs up. What's your Unleash Chaos look like?
It is this... When it starts flying towards him, it's like she just created a ball of rock.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it connects with Cinderlace, it kind of explodes and there's ice shooting out of the middle of it.
Okay. What were we aiming?
His shoulder, where his... Can we see, like, his shoulder where his wing connects?
We could see like his body, like his shoulder itself. His wing probably connects on the back of him. You can aim for his wing.
That works. We'll aim for the wing.
Okay, so it's one of the
What's
joints.
terrible in it?
It hits one of the joints of the wing, kind of like where the connector is at the top, and it just expands outwards. It looks like a little speck at first, and then it just, you can see it's like fireworks on a hillside far off. And the dragon like shakes its head, and you hear, "You will roil in all. This is ridiculous." And it's gonna then begin to dive bomb into you all as phase 2 starts, because you did 7 HP worth of damage.
Yay, us.
Good job, guys.
Hey, we did it.
Here we go.
We pissed it off, guys.
Yes, that is what that's how phase 1 ends, if you piss it off. I will spotlight Cinderlace, who now has Relentless 3.
No.
So I will be going 3 times real quick.
Of course you will.
First, we will dive bomb, which I mark as stress. And I would need all of you to go ahead and... No, I make an attack against all targets. So this attack is... I have to check to make sure I didn't just turn off everything. Okay. Let's try that. It rolled up on my keyboard and just rolled around my number pad. I was like, I don't know what just happened. Okay, so 15 plus the 8. I rolled a 23 to hit you guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
So that is 14 plus, that's 26 magical damage to you guys.
Jesus.
As its body collides and it's like encased in fire as it hits down. You all will have to mark a stress and lose a hope. And that's it.
I just got one of those.
And that's his transition. That's his transition to form 2.
Yeah.
Is he smaller?
No.
Did we make it smaller? That's a good question.
I don't know why we think you're making this dragon smaller.
I mean, technically, we took off part of the tail, therefore he's a little bit
I
smaller.
guess technically, yes, you made him a couple meters smaller.
Did it.
Yes.
He's going to look down, and his mouth is going to start like drooling magma, and he is going to breathe in and just say, "You will burn." And he is going to direct a very pointed erupting blast at Asen.
No.
Okay.
I need a... Oh, that's the... Oh, I can do the action. Oh, I have to spend 2 fear to do this. Sorry. There we go. An agility reaction from Asen.
You're good at these. You're
notoriously good at these, Asen.
You are an agility fighter, which I just found out from Mayrin right now.
Asen got a 13 on hope.
No, you didn't. You're an agility fighter.
You
You roll better than this.
Mayrin literally said, you don't need to use his strength. He is an agility
All right.
fighter.
Well,
I mean,
I don't think there's anything you can do to pass this check then. I'm gonna roll the damage now. 6, 12.
Like a foot, not a brain.
12. Okay, so 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Jesus.
16. So it's 24 damage, magical damage. And then the area, it pushes you back against the wall. And unless somebody spends a hope to save you, or you spend a hope to move yourself, when when it becomes your round, like when you go to swing, you will take another 24 damage.
Absolutely not.
I use scramble to avoid all of that damage.
All right. So the wall behind Asen just gets smattered in molten. It looks like molten metal just rips through the wall. That was 2. I have one more. And he will just shoot lava onto his claws and swipe at Soul.
Okay.
I hit you. I feel bad because of how low your evasion is.
I am designed to get hit and then shrug it off. You're good.
Okay, cool. I was like, it just feels fucked up, Because I was like, I can't not hit you unless I roll a 1. So I'm like, I rolled a 2+. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Okay, 10, 14, 15. It's specifically 15 magical damage.
Okay. My new armor does give me 15 armor for magic damage.
Yep.
So I'll mark a slot and not take the damage here.
There you go. It's your guys go until you roll on fear, or I interrupt you.
All right.
And now everybody is within melee range of his arm.
Rude. Cinematically, though, I would like to touch Audrey and whisper, "Any day now, Blue." Because my crown does a real special thing.
For order of operations, for in case anybody needs to make rolls, I'm going to have Soul look up at this claw that just was shoved to the side by the shield and just let out a yell and charge straight forward to try and swing, doing battle cry. Everyone gets a hope, clears the stress, and you have an advantage on all rolls until someone fails on fear.
Nice.
Oh shit!
Nice.
For order of operations again as well. The ending of my round, the dragon is taking a very deep breath and rearing back. You understand he's going to do his full breath again.
Oh, great.
So when somebody fails, that will be what happens.
Okay.
I am going to mark 2 stress and swap in support tank now.
Since you said you're running in and charging, Soul, I feel like as you're doing that, just for flavor, and like we said, order of operations, all that nonsense, Isis would summon fiery daggers and just whip them one at a time at the moment.
I will also go unstoppable now because I forgot that I need to do that.
He's like, all right, we
resistance.
fought this dragon a little bit. It's time to stop being pretend here. No more
Do the
Ron.
thing.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you while you were doing all the cool stuff with the dragon. I was just like, oh yeah. Now I'm resistant, and my armor is +5.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
We about to get.
Where's this crab thing? Like, where's the booty pincher?
Do we need the booty pincher? Do we need that?
Audrey's gonna man it.
God help us all.
Crab robot with this giant snapper in the front.
Right. Well, my first thought is like that would be really good initial cover, or like behind the forge.
Oh, it's my second phase. I need to find 2d8. Okay, let's see. Here we go. I have to remember to do this. It's very important. What are you doing, Marin? And what order are y'all doing this in?
I don't know if it matters. I rolled 2 2s, so I rolled a crit, so I don't.
Okay, so we'll get to you in a minute. Marin, what are you doing?
I'm going to pull Isis along as we are kind of make sure everyone is within close range of me. And you watch as these roots start growing up out of the ground.
Ooh.
We're going to assume they're Audrey's roots and little bulb heads. But they don't have mouths. They're just bulb heads at the moment.
And okay, yeah, that sounds good. Okay.
And everyone heals 2 hit points.
Ooh.
Yay!
Nice.
Thank you.
That is definitely a lifesaver.
Yeah.
And I'm out of hope again. As I use healing field.
I rolled a 32 on hope to hit him.
Yeah, it hits him.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about your all's damage, your 2's damage. Because I'll have
All
a
right.
reaction for each one.
Mine.
Yeah.
So in total, I do 75.
Okay, I remove 2d8 worth of that. So it's 8, 9. So 75 minus 9, 60.
6.
66, yeah. Okay, so that means you do 2 HP. And in reaction to him taking 2 HP worth of damage, he like the scales on his skin let out like this huge steam vent basically. And the steam catches fire and like erupts against you. I would oh gosh, wound. You're in very close. You're in melee range for this, I believe.
It was very close.
Yeah,
so
very
I don't know.
close. So you would take 16 fire damage.
Okay.
To do the damage that you did. Soul?
That's 48 physical damage from me.
Okay, minus 2d8, which is 48 minus 12.
That'd be 36.
So 36, you do 1 HP worth of damage to him. And in return, you take 22 fire damage.
All right.
Because you're within melee range too.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But both of you crit, or both of you hit, like, so you're still going. I'm not interrupting yet. So, Asen?
Oh, okay. Wow. Because I was thinking Asen would like slide around the forge, kind of hoping like Cinderlace would lose eyesight around him. Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking. So, and I was like, so, and then like I thought he would end up doing this breath weapon. But yeah, okay.
I don't need eyesight on you to hit you with this breath weapon. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
engulf
everything.
I'm engulfing the whole room, buddy.
I'm thinking, you said it was the size of a high school last time, so
yeah,
you know.
it's like I'm taking the whole room with me when I breathe fire.
So that was my initial thought.
I know. I'm just letting you know. I just love the idea of Asen sliding around this room.
Right.
Like it's
Yeah,
a disco or
like
some
it was-
shit. Woo.
Right.
Asen
Because he was
walks
ready
into form.
to pop up. Okay, so
Asen's
that's
never
kind of
been able to fly before. He's like,
Gotta learn how to work the axe now.
right. A magical hammer, yes,
yeah, go ahead.
1000%. Okay. What? Wait, I just clicked something. Hold on. Cancel. Okay, yay, canceled it. Okay. I guess the only thing we can do is like hit it, right? Is there a
Yes, so.
Fight the dragon, yes.
Smack it really hard.
I was thinking we'd pour him a cup of tea.
Mm,
Not
Death
this one.
tea.
Death.
we'll use some of the molten liquid that's left over. He can drink that.
okay, that is a 29 to hit
Mm-hmm. On what?
Jesus.
on hope.
Okay.
And that is 55 damage.
minus 2d8. I rolled 2 1s, so 55 minus 2. Okay, so you
So like
2 damage.
he's gonna like be like flying like full on Thor hammer out, and he's gonna like whip around the forge, thinking like Cinderlace lost him,
Aw.
and he's gonna.
And you take 21 fire damage back.
Bet. 17.
I'm going to interrupt you all now because I'm going to use a fear to interrupt.
Jesus Christ.
Because,
That was a lot, I'm sure.
yeah, y'all. Actually, a little scary. I'm going to spotlight Cinderlace, and we will use first God Tyrant's Might, which is I mark a
Can I ask a
stress.
question about that right quick?
Yeah.
So 17, 18, 19. If I use a hope, 19, 20, 21, that would give me my 21 for evasion, correct?
It wasn't to hit you, it was just the damage.
That was the damage. He took 21 fire damage.
Okay. All right. Okay.
When you hit him in melee range, you'll take damage pretty much no matter what. For this phase at least. Okay, so I mark a stress. Mayrin, you're not within very close range of me, I'm guessing.
I don't think so.
Okay, so then the rest of you. I rolled a 26 to hit. So the 3 of you will take damage.
I don't understand the point of having evasion if all of your evasion hits are.
I am rolling, and I have rolled successfully. I rolled 18 and 19 both times to hit you guys. I'm so sorry. It's happening. Y'all be critting me every attack. We going back and forth. Like,
It's
I don't know what to
I
tell
expect
you.
it. I expect it.
I was like, I'm having a good day. Y'all have yours. I'm having mine.
It's like, fuck.
Like, I don't know what to say. 17, 18, 19, 20. So this would be 40 physical damage.
Jesus God.
Wow.
Oh,
Knowing that
you guys are all knocked away to very far range, you'd go through a wall.
Mm.
So now we are outside of the. Everybody but Mayrin is outside the temple now.
Shit.
And this is his hand literally just grabbing you and slamming you through the rest of the temple till you're outside. So currently, you guys will be at very far range, and it will just be Mayrin and Cinderlace looking at each other.
Damn
Okay.
it.
So knowing that Asen is an agility fighter, he can get out of the way. He can dodge really well.
Well,
I'm gonna use.
that's just it. I mean, like I'm trying to, because like I already used all of my armor slots.
Oh,
I don't have any armor
I got one left.
slots whatsoever.
So it sounds like
However,
you're taking a scar.
I have this ability. It says take an action in combat without adding a token to the action tracker.
That will
So,
come in handy when you swing on them next.
but it says in action, not necessarily what the action is.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Okay.
And so I'm wondering if like I can like roll something or to kind of like get out of that, because
Do you have an action that lets you get out of it? Because you've already used scramble.
Yeah. Right. But I'm thinking like, because I have like an experience, it's like I should have paid attention. I'm wondering if like I can kind of do
I don't have a way for you to miss it. It's just a lot of damage and you going through a wall.
check. Okay. All right.
What that will let you do, though, is next time you can swing twice. Because that's what that does. It lets you put an extra action on the tracker. So if you would swing twice.
Okay. All right. So I took 3 hits of damage, so Asen is down.
So when you go down, you make a decision. You can either die and go out in a blaze of glory with a critical success to whatever you want to do. You can roll your dice and hope for the best, which is you either have, if you're higher on hope, you just stay up. If you're higher, and I decide how much health you stand up with. If you're higher on fear, he dies. Or you can take a scar and go down until somebody spends a hope to wake you up.
Before you make that decision, I'm going to jump in front of that attack and use an armor slot to reduce it by 23 damage. I basically, when Cinderlace goes through to grab us, I want to be a thorn in the paw and put the shield between me and Asen. Between me and his paw and myself in front of Asen.
I love the idea. I just want to say, first of all, Asen, does that save you?
It does. It gives me 1 hit point.
So I want to just say, the idea that this hand, which is like, it's like an ant jumping in front of another ant, or this is like an ant jumping in front of a beetle to like be like, I'll protect you, and like a human hand just like, the fuck. And I can just imagine, like it's still pushing you through the thing, but Cinderlace is like, ew, it's sticky. Like,
but I also have my reaction to be able to be like, hey, take damage back now.
Yup. So you take all of that damage, and then you also throw half of it back.
Yeah.
Jesus God.
So that is a 25 on hope to hit him back.
Get him.
And it was, the total amount was what, 40 something? 40?
So you took 40 plus an extra 20.
Yep.
So it would be 60. So you do an extra 30 damage with this attack.
Yep.
Isis, are you still up?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Everybody's
I got 3 hit points left.
I'm glad I healed all of you.
Pretty much. Yeah.
It's all good, guys. This is a great phase 2. Here.
59 damage.
I reduce whatever you do by 12.
Okay, so it would be 47 damage then instead of the 59.
All right. Ugh. Okay. And he pulls his hand back and starts to shake it, and his breath is he's still breathing in, and he is gonna then look towards the group and overlook Mayrin and open his mouth to let his full breath weapon swing down on all 3 of you.
His breath weapon is magical, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. Good luck, everybody.
Asen, you're on 1, right, Asen?
Yeah. So even if you evade it, you still take half damage.
I feel like seeing all of this, like that the breath weapon is getting ready to be leased on everyone, you would look over and you would see Isis. I'm going to use my once per long rest, where she basically just like, she was already big and hulking before, but she shifts into this fiery elemental form that almost seems twice the size.
Jesus.
So I can add a +1 to my proficiency.
Okay.
And I can add +2 to my evasion.
Yep.
And she wants to step out in front of them and just put her hands up to try to use arcane reflection to like stop this beam.
Oh. How does that work?
Is as if I take magic damage, I can spend any number of hope to roll that d6, and if I roll a 6, the attack is reflected back.
Roll some damage.
Does that work?
It does. It does. It's magical damage. This is it.
I'm gonna spend. Let's spend 3 hope so I can roll 3. Well, yeah, so I can roll 3d6.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of them is a 6. So you would see Isis just go and she would put her hands up and she would look Cinderlace like square in the eyes and be like, "Death came for all of your children, and now death is personally here for you."
And you watch as this small beam hits the front of this giant roiling fireball, and then it slowly opens up and engulfs and pushes Cinderlace's fire back on him, and then snuffs it out with the black, or what color flames do you have?
I never really thought about it. I imagine they would just be like a deep, like red.
A deeper red fire than Cinderlace's, as it just engulfs the front of his face fully. It's the first time you've seen something coat him the way it does. And Cinderlace does 135 damage to himself.
Why are you hitting yourself?
Which is his severe threshold. Which
Oh my
means
God.
he will go into phase 3
Oh.
as he collapses to the floor for a moment.
And get smaller.
No, he doesn't.
It's smaller.
As he begins to fall, he slams his hand down into the floating island, trying to tear it in half. Mayrin, you're the only one in range of him as his hand falls.
Mhm.
I hit you.
It's not hard.
I know.
Harder than hitting me. Sorry, I had to make the joke.
It's very true.
You have to roll a 2 to hit me.
Yeah, I know. It's 57 physical damage
Mm.
as the hand flattens and pushes through the ground,
Mhm.
and it's going to bring you with it.
Mhm.
So I'm going to grapple you and take you through the core of this thing. Not the actual core that I was describing before, not the magical core, but you know what I mean? Like I'll rip you through the ground. And it's going to take its other hand and try and slowly claw its way back up to find where Isis is, because now this is deadly personal to him. And I am going to launch Mayrin at Isis.
Cute.
Hey,
Mm.
that's copywritten.
Ain't it just? And I'm going to miss on a 1. So Mayrin's body is just going to fly straight towards you all.
Can we just say on that one, I'd catch her and set her gently down?
Yeah.
All right, sure. I'll let you say on that one, you catch her and set her down.
Yeah.
And neither of you take damage. Somehow.
This reminds me of my niece. She likes to throw things a lot.
Definitely like Asen would like stand up in this moment, just like cough his side of blood. Be like, oh, like lean on his new hammer.
Okay.
Be like,
Yeah, my difficulty goes down. Mayrin, you were talking earlier to plants. Why don't you give me a presence roll?
Okay. There. Hold on. What's presents? 22 on hope.
On hope. Okay. His second hand comes flying up, and it begins to engulf itself in smoke. His whole body begins to fume like heavy, thick clouds of smoke, making him hard to hit. And it looks like a giant smoke cloud covering the sky for just a moment, as it's going to come straight down on Asen. And before I roll to hit, you'll start to see vines wrap up around him. And it almost looks like 2 giant trees spinning up from the ground beneath the island. And they're going to pull his arm back and you'll see Tablu standing on the top of the tree holding his hand up, and it'll take his wings and crack them like crab claws, bringing Cinderlace down to level with this. The entire island is going to start falling as his full body crashes into the island, but you all will fall with him. And this is your time to do 7 points of damage to him as you all fall to the earth. You have disadvantage to hit him.
Of course we do.
Because of all the smoke. Aeson will not take this strike because Tablu has snapped these wings off and held his hand back. The Cinderlace, the Tyrant, has one arm left, his face, and all of his magic items across his chest.
So is that disadvantage going to basically just cancel out the battle cries advantage we were getting then?
Yes.
Okay,
So it's
cool.
a straight roll. Okay.
No, you cannot. You can't negate this. You cannot roll without disadvantage against him.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
That is how this form works.
That's where I was curious.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That is specifically how this works. I have one fear. Go.
We need to do 7 hit points worth of damage.
You have to do 7 hit points worth of damage to this one. I negate 3d8 worth of your damage every swing.
Okay.
You said or?
Huh?
Did you say or? Like
No.
we have to...
You have to do 7 hit points worth of damage on your way down before he collapses on top of you. You also need to figure out how to get away from him. Because literally his whole body is collapsing. The floating island is not floating anymore. You all are just falling to the ground beneath the dragon. This is the time to use your rope, Aeson. I don't know how.
Aeson,
but
the rope. Aeson.
Yes!
Aeson, awesome that you heard. No, use mine. 100 feet.
Gonna like grab it. Make sure we tie it together, right? Yes. We're gonna be ready. So with that knowledge, go ahead.
There's also one other very important roll.
Mm.
And it's only one of you. Who wants to roll a d12?
Should probably be sticky.
Uh-oh. I mean, I can.
Go ahead.
I got you.
Give me a d12.
That would be a 9.
Okay. Countdown timer set at 9.
Oh, God.
All right, guys.
Cool.
Start popping off some damage.
Right?
Cinematically, as everything starts falling, a health potion that's been tucked away in an inside pocket is going to, fall a little slower, and I'm going to grab it and shove it into Aeson's hand as we fall. Just say, get yourself up. We don't have time for this.
That's good, because every melee attack you take damage from.
Yeah.
God.
Okay, how much is the health potion?
A D4 of HP comes back.
4 of HP.
All right, let's roll a D4. All right, I got a 3.
Hey, you'll get 3 HP back.
Nice.
Okay.
Sweet. So at that point, it's like, yeah, okay. Right, got to get that fighting spirit up. He's got his 100 feet of rope, and we are like fairy flying straight into Cinderlace.
I have enough hope that I could trigger the tag team attack for all of us.
Yes, let's do that.
I like that.
May I
like
suggest Mayrin triggering her thing first?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which thing?
The thing where you make it so somebody doesn't take damage this round.
Oh. I suppose.
Or another just fun thought. You could attack Mayrin and all the damage could be done through a plant to him instead, so you don't take the retaliation attack from him.
Oh,
That's an interesting idea.
that is an interesting idea.
I was like, what if she has a way to negate the damage, you know?
All right, Power Rangers, what are we doing?
Mayrin, are you negating the damage? Or are we doing damage through the vine or the plant?
Through the vine.
Heard it through a gate.
Do it for the vine.
Yeah.
Right?
I will say,
all these chickens. Sorry.
I will say, when we do the attack against Cinderlace, I'll be using my Orderborn feat to use a D20 for my hope.
Mm-hmm.
One of us needs to roll a crit. This is the time.
No,
Well, my thing will automatically make it a crit.
Oh,
It'll automatically make it a critical success.
well then.
Guess the question is, how are we doing the tag team?
Like cinematically? Or like, you mean like, are we attacking like him directly or?
it's all four of you, I believe.
Yeah, it is all four of us. I know that much.
Right. But because it's a critical success, doesn't that negate the disadvantage?
Soul has to hit.
Yeah.
You can make it a crit, but he has to hit
Oh,
first.
has to hit
That's the point of his
Oh,
thing.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So I guess that's up to Mayrin then. If Mayrin wants to take the damage and then we...
Or negate the damage.
Yeah.
It's her thing would negate all the damage
She
for
can
this
negate
round.
the damage from one of you.
Oh, for one of us.
Yeah, that's what he's not letting you know is I have to mark a stress for every one of you, and I don't have that many stress left.
Right.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize that.
So I'm going to do the thing I've been holding on to, and I'm going to use Rejuvenation Barrier on us.
Okay.
What's that do?
What's
is
that?
What that does is I have to make a spellcast roll, which is super easy. I passed it. I only had to roll a 15. And then there is a temporary barrier placed around me and all the allies. We all we heal 3 hit points,
Nice.
which I didn't need, but you guys needed apparently.
It really did.
Yeah.
That gets me back to full health.
I only
Right.
have this point mark now.
Now we are resistant to physical damage.
Okay. So we'll half it, is what I'm guessing is that means, right?
Yeah.
What did you roll?
What did I roll? I rolled a 18 on hope.
I will use my reaction, Mage Eater, and I will also heal 3 hit points. So now it's 10.
All right, guys. So, Soul, you really need to...
Yep.
Do that damage, guys!
And then we can get that crit so that we can just do the damage.
Oh, I have a question about this crit.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a question about this. Go ahead.
Does this crit, because it's from Asen, mean that I can ask him to give me the hope and us both unmark a stress?
Yes. You could do that from all of them.
We all can unmark a stress?
Are they all separate hopes that I can get?
Yeah.
Oh.
You could take all 3 of the hopes that they were supposed, because each of them would get a hope. Everybody would mark a stress, and you gain 3 hope.
They wouldn't get the hope. I would get their hope.
You get the hope instead of them.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what they want to do. That's after Soul hits.
Yes. Which it's a 19 on hope. A 19 plus 12 plus 5. So that's 31 plus 5, 36 to hit. On hope.
Yeah, I guess you hit it.
The only way it could have been better is if I got a nat 20 and a nat 12. Or it had been
my
a crit.
question is technically this is now an attack action in combat.
Mm-hmm.
Does my
Yes.
So does that mean we can technically do 2 team attacks?
No, you can do 2 attacks.
Shit.
You can do 2 attacks. Yes, add more to the damage to give us more of a chance to hit 10.
And you crit.
Correct.
Swing twice. Just do your crit twice. Everybody add up your damage. See if you can hit the 4 mark.
Is there a 5 mark?
No. You can do
Got
4 you can do 4 HP worth of damage with this attack. If you can hit it. It's a pretty high number, to be honest.
Now, are all of us rolling as though it's crit damage, or is it just Asen rolling crit damage?
All of you have crit damage.
Okay.
Okay. Ah, no, not that.
That's 109 from mine.
109.
That's 142 from mine.
42.
I got 93. Stabbing him with my jawbone dagger. It's serrated. It's a steak knife.
Dragon
And that's, make sure I haven't missed anything else that I can add.
Dragon steak knife.
98 damage from me.
To get 4 damage off on him, you have to do double his major threshold. Or not major, severe.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have to do 412 damage.
Okay.
And you did 441.
Oh! Just barely.
So
Just
you
barely made
cleared it.
that.
You just cleared it. But that's 4. That's 4. The opening salvo is 4 damage. I will spend my fear and I will interrupt the fuck out of you all because you just have 4 damage to my character. But also, I think I have a reaction. Do I have a reaction to that?
We never did decide how we wanted to do that cinematically, as far as like what.
Oh yes, please tell me what that all looks like. Please.
Excuse me, she has coined a raptor strike now, and she just lunges on this leg and just stabs into him. And kind of just like hangs from the dagger for a second, so it kind of attempts to tear under her 140-pound body weight.
Right.
Badass.
I think
I
what I
like-
did.
Oh, wait.
But
I subtract 3d8 from each attack.
Here.
No, you
Forgot.
don't.
It's a group attack, so it doesn't count.
It's just different.
It's a group attack, so it only counts against the total.
It's okay. He's still over by 3.
Okay.
I was going to say, I will absolutely spend all of my hope to add.
I was like, whatever, man. Isis and Asen would come busting through this door to fight me. Turn into the real combat.
This goes from a D&D combat to just old school ass beating.
I drive back to add
Exactly what
salt to
happened.
the wound.
Right. All right.
All right. So, yeah, no, I imagine like a Sticky's like on my shoulder, and we're just like going straight towards Cinderlace, and kind of probably like jumps off to land the hit, and yeah, just full on do like, you know what, this should hurt, and then like you see Ace come down with like his hammer, nice little fairy wings in the back, just
All the colors. It's like a rainbow of colors come flying out.
Oh my god.
I feel like what I'd like to do when I jump off of Asen is seeing Mayrin hanging from the dagger, just be like, let go for a second, and then come in and hammer it in further so that it just drives between his scales.
Oof.
Love that shit.
Isis.
I was like, meanwhile, you just me over there in my hulking, fiery, flaming form, just being like, oh, you didn't get enough hellfire, here's more, just blasting Kamehameha
Yeah. Nice.
right in the face.
It's just buff Roshi in cat form.
It's just Isis on one sole piece of like debris that's falling away, and she's just as it goes. The temple splits and shatters now as it begins to fall away. The dragon's reaction. Cinderlace's reaction is called Desperate Rampage.
Yeah, he's desperate. All
Yay.
right.
I was killed by this.
I mark 3 stress.
We're
And
stressing him out, guys.
I mark 3 stress, and everybody who hit him takes 2d20 worth of damage.
Jesus.
Which you all
God.
did.
Is it physical or magical?
It's physical.
Oh, cool. It's resistance.
Ooh.
That's good.
Well-
The first 20 was a nat 20.
Nice.
The second one was a 12. So 32 divided by 2.
That would be 16.
Soul ignores that. Soul's like, that's nice.
Mayrin, are you at 2 HP or less, or are you good right now?
I'm good right now.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
So, yeah, everybody takes 16 physical damage.
Theoretically, I've needed none of the healing I've done so far.
Okay. And now our countdown timer is at 6.
So does that count as like an evasion? Right? Like the damage that he's done back.
That was a reaction. I spend my last fear. To claws and teeth. I will swing on a random one of you, and I will reduce the countdown timer by 3. Once I find the 3. There better be a number 3 on this fucking dice.
No, there's not. No.
It'd be kind of funny if there wasn't.
There it is. I'd have been like, I never noticed that before. You know what I mean? All right. Let's call it Ace in your number 1, Isis your number 2, Soul your number 3, Mayrin number 4.
Okay.
I'm swinging on Asen. So sorry.
Aizen can't catch a break.
He can't, yo. I hate you.
Okay. Oh.
I do.
Can I at least hear the number?
It's 27.
Yep.
I rolled a 19. I rolled a flat 19 on the D20, man.
I just need you to know I'm never making another agility character ever.
I feel like now I have to make an agility character.
For the record. Sorry, an evasion character ever again. Never happening.
Evasion means jack all in this. Apparently.
Right?
You're like, oh yeah, I got a 19 evasion with all my pluses. I can do something. I rolled a 27 to hit you.
I'm just having a good day. Y'all have been having good days this whole time. When we go back and see this through, you will see that you have had 7 good straight days of this game. I'm getting one for the first time. Asen, I think you're gonna go down.
Oh, okay.
Oh, maybe not actually. It's 34 magical damage.
Okay.
That
leaves me with 1 HP.
I rolled very, very low for that. I know it doesn't feel like it, but I did. 2 dice were very low. Okay, that was 1. I used my arm already. Injured wings. I can't use my wings.
So nobody let me know if they wanted to make offerings of tokens of friendship to the queen.
Tokens of friendship?
Mm-hmm.
Was I giving you the hope?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can have my hope.
Yeah, you can have a hope from Asen too.
I just used all my hope on that
He'll get
tag
him
team
off
attack.
the ground. Yeah.
No, right, just a fist bump, and you both get to clear a stress.
Yeah.
I will have. Gotta tell you, he's running out of things to do, guys.
Well, he just needs to
Me
stop.
too.
That must just be awful.
I will reduce the countdown timer by 1, leaving it at 2. I will desperate rampage again.
Look, Cinderlace, we went on a really long journey to prepare for this. It's okay that you're not up to whatever part that you need to be. We worked really hard.
Isis, I
Right.
will swing on you. I think I hit you.
I didn't get to use
What's
the
the
hope
number?
I just got.
What?
I didn't get to use the hope I just got.
What's your hope?
Oh, what would you like to do with the hope?
I want to use regeneration on Asen,
That's good.
Oh shit.
What does that do?
which Asen, you get 4 hit points back.
That's
I
good.
spend 3 hope, and these little flower petals shower onto Asen, and you heal.
That's awesome.
Bet. I'm switching out my frenzy.
I will. Okay, so I'm going to. I have to make sure I do this right in order. I'm going to swing on Isis, which she's further away than everybody. So he's going to lunge outwards, and then he's going to turn his head and blow fire down his arm to hit
Rude.
the rest of you.
Rude.
So I'm going to try and smother Isis first.
No.
So she can't beam battle me.
Just backhand it back at you.
No.
That's what I'm trying to do here. So his giant claw comes out. I rolled a 15 to hit.
15 is currently my evasion. So I can add to that
Yep.
if I need.
You do. You have to spend a hope.
I was like, I'll just use my fire to add the mark of stress to add the D6 to my evasion.
There you go.
So that adds a 5. So that takes me to a 20.
Yep. So it comes down and it just doesn't smother you. You just kind of like.
She just full on just like grabs it. No. Could you not?
And then he just takes his one of the erupting clouds and just spits fire all the way down his arm, hitting Mayrin and Asen. I need both of you to roll an agility roll.
I just healed all of this damage. Thank you.
I know.
Right. It was like again, like do we not get the whole what the number is? It just
No, it's an agility roll from you. You roll the agility roll.
He rolled to hit me,
I
but
had-
I'll have to do an agility thing.
cool.
So
I got an 18 on fear.
You said it's Mayrin and Asen?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay.
Did you just attack? Did you attack at melee range? Did you? You did. So it's Soul
Me?
2. It's Soul 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely, I did.
Yeah, it's Soul 2. I'm sorry.
You're good.
I'm trying to keep in mind of all of this falling and him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Rolled a 23 on fear.
21 on fear for me.
You will.
No.
I don't have the hope, right? Let Asen reroll since I think a 15. It was what, a 15 right for you, or was it
It was
18?
an 18. It was an
Yeah.
18. But I have a hope to add 2 if needed be.
18 passes.
Okay.
My on the. This is the third thing, so he's injured, so it's less.
Gotcha.
So it's 48 fire damage divided by 2. So 24 magical each.
Okay.
How far away is his eyeball?
You were just attacking a melee range, so it's now his eyes in melee range to you.
Hmm. Okay.
Because I told you he lunged forward and put his head down to blow fire at you guys. He got in very close range with his face.
Mhm.
So you could say it's in very close range as he twists to shoot fire. This is just desperate shit. That's all he's doing. He's falling to the earth and his wings are just cracked off of him like a crab, like you snap a crab claw.
I almost feel bad for him.
What?
Almost.
I said almost.
Bet. Cool. So like you're gonna see like the fire just feel like Ace and he's gonna like stand up because he's already been knocked down several times at this point. You're gonna see like the flames like wrap around him, and I imagine like he just goes into frenzy. And we're gonna be like, oh yeah, this is gonna hurt. And so I wanna, just like full on just attack his head. He's right there. And I still have disadvantage, right? That's what I assumed.
Yeah.
And
Just
on
because of
that,
the whole smoke, right?
Yeah.
on that fire breath, I'd like to use my reaction to hit him back.
Yeah.
Oh, can we do that? Does that count? Okay, hold on.
He's in melee range.
Yeah. So I can do that and then attack. Bet. Let's do that.
So 21 on hope.
You hit.
And that is half the damage we took, so it'd be 12 added on this time instead of more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to use the rapid repost to attack straight out.
Mm-hmm.
It's 49 damage. And then I rolled a 22 on fear to hit him. Just a 22.
Yeah, you hit him.
Okay.
It's 45 damage from me.
Okay.
And that was a 42. So total that 42 plus 49 gives me 91 damage.
Oh, wait. I forgot to add 12, so 57.
57.
Actually, plus the 10 from each of those, so 91 plus 20 is what it actually comes out to be.
Okay.
So 111.
Nice. Isis and Mayrin?
Oh. Let's see.
So
Well,
Aeson is currently flying and slamming him in the side of his face, I guess?
Yeah.
And Soul, where are you attacking?
So when the fire breath came in, the shield went up and blocked some of it for me,
Mm-hmm.
and I just brought down the morning star around it once the breath stopped to just hit his arm.
Okay. So it's just the arm that was covering, and it knocks the arm away from Isis. And I want this to cinematically, I want us to understand this mountain range of an arm was flicked away by a fucking frog.
That's
With a morning star. Like it's just so hard that it just and you see scales ripping off of it and like deteriorating into the wind. And there's smoke just billowing away as more and more of these vines are like coming up out of the ground. The pieces of the temple are shattering around you. Isis just got done holding off an entire mountain range from falling on top of her. Mayrin is hanging on to this thing and now just falling sideways past it. Y'all are falling at the same speed at terminal velocity to the floor. You will hit the ground after your next action.
Bet. Can we like throw the rope or attach it to a vine or something? Like we just need to be on top of this bitch. Like
Marin is going to mark the stress and transform into this very large wooden.
What?
It looks wooden. It's got vines and trees wrapped around its arms and legs, but aesthetically, it looks like a large tree dragon.
Mm.
Okay.
Because I can turn into the mythic aerial hunter, and it includes dragons.
Shit.
But
There we
with
go.
it, I can carry up to 3 allies.
There y'all are.
Hey.
Mayrin
Troll
turns to
Dragon
this giant
Rider again.
thing, and you hear Juju's voice bellow from below you all. And from the smoke, you see the vines as to below you guys, as this everything falls down. There's the vines that were coming out of him. His whole body has been taken over by the fungus from before. And he just looks up and rages forth as the vines grab Cinderlace midair and stop everything. It spreads outwards. The countdown timer goes to 0.
Time to go, friends.
And everybody is going to be caught in what is called apocalyptic thrashing.
Oh God.
Time to go, friends.
I need everybody within far range of him
Mm-hmm.
to make a strength reaction roll.
I got an 18 on hope.
You got some stuff to make that higher?
I mean, I got a hope to make it 20.
It's a 25 on hope.
Of course it is for soul.
I am using a hope there to add my Dragon Rider experience.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're being caught by a wood dragon.
23 on fear.
I was hoping everyone would use their action to get on the dragon so I could use mine to get off the place.
I'm doing that, but I gotta roll the strength thing first.
I just assumed we were already on the dragon.
Not that dragon, the other one.
On
Yeah,
the way,
the tree dragon.
on the way out, you all
On the wood dragon.
on the way out, all of you, I'm guessing all of you are going to roll 18 or above.
Yeah.
I did not.
Okay.
Oh no.
I have a +0 for strength.
Okay. Mayrin will take 63 fire damage. The
I'm a
rest of
tree,
you,
damn it.
the rest of you all will take 31.
Jesus. Are you good, Mayrin?
Yeah,
Okay. Shit.
I still took 3 hit points. But I'm good.
Did we all live?
Yeah.
One hit point left.
I said I've got 1 hit point again.
Don't worry. I'm gonna stay close to you.
The roots catch Cinderlace by the neck. And on your way out, if you all would like to retaliate, you'll kill him.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Cinematically, give me how you guys retaliate off of the back of Mayrin as she gets you to safety.
Good luck,
through the
guys.
debris. This ends Cinderlace's tyranny.
You know, it worked so well on Rictamir. I'm gonna use my tongue on the way out and just I'll say I put my old Morning Star in my mouth and shoot it out with my tongue to hit him in the face.
All right. It collapses the nostrils. The vines grow up into it.
That's a crit. Double 12s to hit.
Roll a crit too.
To roll the hit, Dewey.
No, you don't, because you have retaliate. They do. You all easily do more than 2 HP worth of damage.
I want to attach the rope to it, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which dragon?
Cinderlace.
There's a single rope and it has this like little flag, and it's just Aeson's flag flying off of Cinderlace.
It's an A with fairy wings.
Yeah, it's an A with fairy wings.
There you go. And we'll stick with the story. Aeson wrote it down to the ground, and that's why you have the rope
Yeah.
with the flag.
Okay.
Yes.
Legend.
As you all touch down next to Juju, you can see that Tablu has fully been engulfed by all these mushrooms and all the fungus. And he kind of turns and he looks at his hands. His smile kind of cracks through and he goes, well, at least everybody's safe. I think I will take my leave then. And he's going to turn and begin to like collapse into the ground as all of the mushrooms begin to like spread out. And he just becomes like a field of mushrooms for a second. And you just hear in unison the voice against the ground just say, I'll nap here, as thousands of little mushrooms speak to you.
Hmm.
And Juju looks around and goes, he's dead. Other dragons begin to twist around in the wind and just start clearing away from where you're at. As the last pieces of this large temple and the dragon body itself collapse into the water, pushing the water outwards and falling into the ground. Soul Moonsalt is no more. The water below is gone as Cinderlace's very mangled body fill the river, fill the pond, the lake. There's no more magical flowing water from Moonsalt. There's no more beacon in the sky. But yet the world is brighter. It's a clearer day than it was earlier. There's a momentary beat before Juju just looks over to you all and says, his heart still beats. You have to go in and tear it out. The dragon carcass. It's left, there's a giant gash in it from where Tablu's roots have torn down the side of it. You can see a very large, it looks like a redwood tree just beating like that in unison. Who's gonna carve it?
Aeson would just walk in. I feel like Aeson would walk in with that. He'd be like, whole cavernous, lift it up. I feel like I don't know if he could really use it, but it definitely feel like a trophy or something.
I feel like Isis would look at Mayrin and be like, is this the kind of magic that you need to go home?
Let's talk about that real fast, actually. Where is Audrey currently?
Audrey would still be at wherever the forge is.
The forge, as it collapsed, the core rolled out this giant beam of sizzling magic.
Mm.
It's open and left next to her.
As toddlers do. She would eat it.
Oh, God.
Audrey consumes the baby star that was the miracle forge of Moonsalt and gets large for just a moment before becoming cup-sized and looking for her mother.
Aw.
There's a little purple plant now that climbs up your leg and spits out a little bit of smoke here and there.
Audrey 5.0.
Aeson standing in front of the heart. You see a piece of it start to peel away. And 5 is sliding down it with 2 large daggers.
Yeah.
And he looks at you and goes, we have more. We have more. 5 or 6 other number 5s come running out of this thing and grab onto the heart and start sliding down it.
My God.
More start coming out of the darkness. Some of them coming through the caverns of the insides of the dragon. You realize there's an innumerable number of these mice. You couldn't count them. We'll say there's 5. as they all cheese grater this heart into large chunks. Each piece of the heart having magic far beyond what was before. But the center of the heart being a bright beam of light that begins to wilt and open like a bulb. And a woman steps out of it.
Oh.
Her hair is long, silver. Her face looks like it is just taking form for the first time. And she shakes her head. And she looks and smiles and says, "My name is for another time." And there's a starlight as it explodes outwards and magic is just slightly introduced back to the world.
Aww.
Pieces of the heart are there. And in the background of your head, Isis and Soul, you both jointly hear a voice. "I'm so proud of both of you. My young, beautiful son, Soul. And my new pact mate, Isis." As this large fish comes into sight. For the first time, Mayrin and Aeson, you would see it. As one of the pieces rip open and this very large, it's almost incomprehensible. It's like looking at a distorted Picasso painting or like watercolor that's been wiped away by the rain of a large fish with fangs and a beautiful woman budding from a piece of it. Both their mouths speaking in unison together. It looks down. The woman reaches its hand out and says, "Well, Isis, you and I can go now. We have so much more work to do. But first, before anything else, we have to make sure that this giant beast finds his way to the other side. The proper place for him to go, after all. Back where you came from."
She would look to everyone, and she would look back to the anglerfish and be like, "But first, remember my family. They have to find their way here. We have to let that happen."
Yes, I made the deal. And so it shall be. And it looks down at one of the pieces of the meat of the heart, and it begins to dissolve and twist, and it goes up into a little bit of spectral flame that smells like maybe like cedar wood and sulfur. It smells like your home.
Mm.
It's understood. It'll appear in the kitchen that Bermuda lives in.
Great. Okay. Then yes, a pact is made.
You take its hand. It turns and looks at Soul. Are you staying here or coming with me?
I believe we made a deal. I gotta fill the graves with dragons.
There's so many more.
And I'll look to Isis. I'll find you, friend.
I'll be there helping you fill those graves.
The fish stops and goes, I have a gift for you, soul. And it takes Isis in a very hard jerk, and it slams both of them into the ground, almost like it's making a giant puddle. And in the puddle is a scene for just a moment. There's a large peak just north of here. And you watch as that one dragon from the beginning lands your first target,
Rain.
Rain. And she makes her home next to her children. This is her lair. This is where her family lives. And you intuitively know how to get there. It's like a beacon that burns bright on the edge of the horizon. And you realize that now, as you look around, there are dots all over your sight. You can't help but find dragons because you can see all of them from any distance.
There's a seething rage behind his eyes for a moment before taking stock and realizing he can't fight that dragon at this exact moment. He'll die. And he'll look and just give a respectful nod, but wary eyes towards the anglerfish.
Isis, the anglerfish are gone. Juju turns to Mayrin. The Minotaurs repaired their caravan, and they're willing to take you wherever you'd like to go. Apparently, they made the last thing that that Gentleman Grant said was to make sure that they were useful to you. And you see 30 Minotaurs standing against a large metal caravan with antlers on it now. And most of them are wearing these colors that generally look a little bit like your garb. And Maurice says, wherever you'd like to go, my queen, and bows.
She's gonna kind of situate this little purple bulbous plant on her hair because she has a lot of hair.
Mm-hmm.
And she smiles and nods. I know a place.
You get on the caravan and they're ready to go. Juju turns to Asen. And he puts his arm around you. And he goes, my friend, I'd love to tell you about this concept I had called the 3 rings. Maybe we should walk and talk. And he would snap and all the rats would slowly pick up all of these magical pieces of heart that each one of them alone is more magic than anywhere else in this world has. And all 9 pieces will follow Asen in a little trail as Juju takes you away to tell you all about this beautiful, wonderful place he has that we could make together. Where everybody would be your follower, Asen. Everyone.
I think I like that. Tell me more about this. 3 wings.
And slowly we will end on Juju saying, well, you'd be the main ring, and every other person would follow you, whether they know it or not. But you would have the entire world at your hands. You'll never have a blade that isn't shiny. And God knows, all the fairies will have to listen to you. And I'd like to thank everybody for watching. We are done. Thank you all for being part of this. I had a whole bunch of fun. I love you all. Like and subscribe, goddammit.
Yeah.
Rule number 5, you must subscribe.
That's
I
right.
don't know.
And we will see you all very soon. Bye.
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 Bye.